into the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Friday.
Happy.
My lovely, beautiful, mi amor, Michele.
Hi, babe.
Hi, honey. Hi, everybody in chat. Hi, Maria. Okay, so Maria said that she's not at a Barry Manilow concert this week, and I thought that she said she's not at a Barry Morphew concert this week. And I was like, when did he start having concerts, and why would anybody want to go to them?
See, that's exactly how I read that, too. It's getting crazy. That's exactly how I read it.
So bad.
Morphew.
Too much true crime.
Yes.
Hi, Rainbow Mom. Hi, Jane Doe. Hi, Anna. Hi, Electro. Hi, Summer. Hi, Petunia. Hi, ATS. And Princess Megan Elsa.
Our
Hi,
favorite
Vaughn.
name. Rainbow Mom.
Not at a Barry Morphew concert this week.
Not
Well,
yet.
Thank God. Don't go to one of those.
No, definitely don't.
Corinne. Stay away from the Barry Morphew concerts.
Oh,
Butterfly
Butterfly
Kisses. Hi,
Thank
Jax.
Corinne and Jax. Rainbow Mom.
I saw you were going live with Michele, and I just had to come in. Just had to.
I know it's been a little while, Butterfly Kisses. We miss you.
Hi, Polly Dean Mom. Hi, RJ Guess. Yeah, make sure you guys all, while we're sitting here BSing, you guys make sure you hit the like button.
Yes, please.
You tell them, ATS. You tell them.
A little thump.
So we've got a lot. And I couldn't even fit all the people on the thumbnail for all the updates and crap that have been going on. Like, we really got to do this more often because it becomes very overwhelming.
She says all the figures on the
I'm just like, geez, there's just too many. There's too many things and too many people, and it's just so much stuff.
You put them all in there, babe. You were just like, ping, ping, ping.
I know I missed stuff though, because like you and BR the Star had both sent me an article about the grandma and the mom. I didn't put them on there. I was like, I don't even know if I can talk about that.
Yeah.
Hi Chris. Hi Cool Gamer.
Hey, Chris. Cool gamer.
So yeah, there's just a lot. I haven't been around much. I was grieving, but I needed to come and hang out. Oh, Butterfly Kisses. You come and grieve with me. Come
Yes.
and hang out with me.
Completely understood. You're at the right place.
I'm curious. I would love to go to a Barry Manilow concert. I would totally go to a Barry Manilow one. I just thought she was at a Barry Morphew one.
We did get in a little heavy with him last week, so maybe that's why he's still kind of there, you know. So we saw Barry Morphew.
Hi, Jessica.
Jessica.
Hello, T and Michele in mods and chat. Hello. You sound like you're from London.
She loves to do this, guys. She likes
Yeah, I love that one. It's like my favorite.
my favorite. Oh,
So, it's Friday.
it is Friday.
No vampires around. Everyone should be fine. My cat looking at me weird, though. It's all spooked out. I think that the cats would know. The cat would know.
Yeah.
Long hair around your face spin. Is that
Well,
like an emoji? Long hair around your face spin?
I don't know. Let me get myself together here.
Around your face and spin. I don't know.
And just spin.
Spin. Hey, BR. I was talking about you. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you hear me talking about you?
I think she felt us. Our star felt us. She did.
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to tell you about somebody else that I summoned. I didn't mean to, but I did it apparently. Okay, so I guess let's see. Is everybody doing okay? Everybody want to get started?
Oh, let's go.
Let's just do it.
Let's just do it.
See, you felt it, BR. I said that you and Michele had both sent me the article on that mom and that grandma who did really bad stuff to the kid. You guys both sent me that same article, and I'm like, oh gosh. My best friend's mother passed away about 2 weeks ago, very suddenly. Oh, butterfly kisses. I'm so sorry. Hi, Queen. How are you doing, love?
Queen Bee, we love you.
The Queen is here. We've got the princess and we've got the Queen. The princess and we've got the Queen. We are set. We are ready. That means let's go to bring up things to talk about.
Wait, like there's a whole different something going on the chat. Wait a second here.
Hold on, our chat?
Yeah, like you have different options now, or maybe I just haven't been on YouTube for a while.
Remember we were talking about that last week with like the
hearts, right?
Yeah, but we can't see those on StreamYard. I should probably.
Oh, you know what they did? It looks like they made an option in the filter. You could do top messages, all messages, of course, but then it's fan funding, I guess, for stickers and memberships and stuff. That's kind of cool, though. I guess it gives you the option.
Have you not been on YouTube for a while?
Well, no, we can get to the membership now. We could be like, here, guys, right here. Instead, they could just go right through chat. You don't even have to drop the link anymore.
I love it. I don't know, because does it work with freaking iPhones? Because that was the whole issue with the memberships, was the iPhone. The hearts are not working. We have a pride emoji.
Really? Wait, where am I?
Love QB. Funky QB known as the man. When I hit the turf, I ain't got no plan. Throw my body all over the field. That's the Super Bowl shuffle, baby.
Come on, guys.
That's the Super Bowl shuffle. The Bears. The Bears.
Missy will pop in. Watch. She heard the Bears.
Oh, did somebody say the Bears? Did somebody? Hi, Emily. Why aren't the hearts working? Or does it just? I just don't see it on StreamYard. If you click it on there, I don't see anything here. But if I go to YouTube, let's go over here. Mute my mic so I don't have to echo.
Oh wait, I gotta go to the other side. Let's see. Oh, it let me do it, I think. Friday's your birthday, Zoe. Happy birthday. Next Friday?
Wait, so can you even see it? Like on, if you hit the hearts, does it do anything?
Yeah, like I just hit it, but on my end, it just like pops up. It's so weird.
Electra said it already shuffled. Not doing it again. I'm all settled now.
Relax.
Don't get up. Just relax. We totally believe that you shuffled. Happy early birthday, Zoe. Hi, Punksy.
Oh, our Punksy. How are you?
Rainbow Mom, it's a good day.
She says it shows them on screen. So I guess on our actual screen.
Do you see it on the phone? Because it's not on my computer.
Oh, yeah. Wait, you probably can't say it, though. If you hit it, it should go right. Yeah, it goes right on our screen. That's why we're not seeing it on StreamYard. They float up, yeah.
I don't see it. It's not on the computer, though.
Gives you a bunch of different options.
So if somebody else hits the heart, can you guys also see it? Like, you guys can, like, if Anna hits a heart, Butterfly Kisses can see it?
Now, look, it's going off again, but I don't know. Someone just did the laughing thing. The party symbol. I don't know.
I got nothing. Sorry, guys.
But if you ever need the membership link, that's where you can go now. That's so easy.
Well, I guess we'll see if it works for iPhones.
An option. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Interesting.
We'll keep it right here.
All right. So do you guys want to start off with, I see people are already talking about Cori Bigsby being indicted. We should start there then. Let's just start there.
We can talk
That's big news. I'm
So-
curious. Because normally you should see it, but yours is not working. I don't know. All right. Well, let me pull up my Cody and Cori Bigsby stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, first, I mean, I can't even get over the difference in how this man looks. So we're gonna have to look at that first. We're gonna do a deep dive on Cody Bigsby anyway, so there'll be a lot more information when we do that. Like when Michelle's gonna put a whole case file together. But I just wanted to touch base on it. So I don't know if you want to give a little bit of background.
Yeah, of course.
And then I'll pull up the stuff so we can see it. Rainbow
Cody
Mom says it's only
Bigsby-
15 miles from her.
What did it say that again?
Rainbow Mom says this is only 15 miles from her.
Oh, get out. Cody is a four-year-old little boy from Hampton, Virginia, and he disappeared. His father, they do believe he was killed 6 months prior to the phone call. His father, which is this gentleman right here, is Cori Bigsby. When he was brought in for questioning, they had some issues during interrogation, and he was apparently left there too long. He wasn't given no breaks. They just went on that his rights were completely violated. His original attorney withdrew. A few months later, another team picked him up, and he was then originally sent for 2 mental evaluations. I believe that was in February, right? Then he was sent back for 2 more. He's been seen by 4 different doctors so far. The first 2 said he was not competent, I believe. And then the last 2
competencies, yeah.
Yeah. And then I believe it was the 4th one where the state's doctor, he was sent to another mental hospital in February, March, the beginning of April. And there is where he was deemed suitable for trial. When we first looked into this case, Cori looked one way.
He looks completely different. So hold on.
It's like a whole nother person.
His behavior during the year.
You guys hear that okay or no?
That psychologist did a forensic evaluation on Bigsby, and our investigative team obtained a copy of it. That on your side, Stephanie Hudson joins us now with the details. Stephanie?
Lena, court records show that Bigsby's behavior ranges from hoarding medication in his cell to making threats of suicide. Bigsby has been at the Hampton Roads Regional Jail since February of 2022. He is accused of abusing and neglecting his 4 young sons, including Cody. The 4-year-old has been missing for more than a year. Jail doctors diagnosed Bigsby with delusional disorders and psychosis. Court records show that he's complained of voices in his head and that he asked staff to help him remove a machine he believed was in his brain. He also has written letters that are against his own best interest and has been placed on suicide watch at least twice. Bigsby denied all mental health services at HRRJ, but he is getting treatment now. A judge ordered him to get competency restoration services at Eastern State Hospital. He'll be there for the next 2 months. Stephanie Hudson, 10 on your side.
That's crazy. All right, let me find the other one.
Tonight, nearly a third of the...
Not you. Here, this one.
10 on your side obtained new court documents today in the Cody Bixby case. They accuse Cori Bigsby of killing his 4-year-old son more than 7 months before Cody was even reported missing from his Hampton Road. 10 on your side's Julie Michele joins us now with the update. Julie?
From the start, police believed Cody Bigsby's father, Cori Bigsby, was the key to finding the missing boy.
There is a person of interest. We are most interested in Cody's parents.
4-year-old Cody Bixby was reported missing by his dad on January 31st, 2022. That report launched a massive investigation with a lot of public interest.
I'm just full of emotion with a missing child.
For close to a year and a half, there were no answers. As the investigation continued, police charged Cody's father, Cori, with more than 30 charges of child abuse and neglect, but not with Cody's death. Cori Bigsby is now charged with his son's murder and with hiding his body. According to court records, it's believed Cori killed his son on or around June 18th, 2021. 227 days before he told police his son went missing. Mark Talbot has since left Hampton PD and is now Norfolk's police chief. In a statement issued to Wavy, he told us today, quote, "The news isn't a surprise to me. I hope that today starts the healing process for the family and for those of us who found ourselves in pain for a child that we never met." Cori's family has stood by him, claiming his innocence, but with his body yet to be found, police have stood firm on their position.
Being alive leaves traces on the world. If he were alive, I think we would know it.
Cori Bigsby will be back in court next week on Wavy News 10 at 6. Another look at the timeline of the investigation into Cody's disappearance. For now, I'm Julie Millay, 10 on your side.
So it is a crazy difference, but like Electro said, look at Richard Allen from Delphi. It does happen. There is an extreme change in some people. Their mental health is, our prison system is not known for its treatment of mental health. So that is also a huge factor. Hi, Dina. Hi, Unseen Thinkers. Hi, Diane. Okay. All right, so let me pull up the article. So as of yesterday,
It seems like he had finally gotten that 4th evaluation. And then once he was deemed suitable is when they went forward with the actual murder charges.
right, so he was indicted by a grand jury.
Yeah.
Hi, True Crime Crazy. Let's see.
True Crime Crazy.
Jail would clean bias. Yeah, I agree with that. It would definitely change me too. On Friday, June 9th, they obtained a copy of the grand jury indictment. Wait a minute. We have that? I don't have the copy. That wasn't out yesterday. That's on June 9th. They updated that article, though. Hold on. Let's take a look at this. The grand jury charges that on or about June 18th, 2021, that Cori Jamar Bigsby Sr. unlawfully and feloniously did kill and murder Cody Bixby in violation of 18.2 statute, Virginia, witness sworn in court and sent to the grand jury to give evidence. In the circuit court for the city of Hampton, on or about June 18th, 2021, did unlawfully and feloniously transport, secret, conceal, or alter a dead body as defined by Code 32, blah, 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 with malicious intent and to prevent detection of an unlawful act or to prevent the detection of the death or the manner or cause of death in violation with statute amended. Okay, so it's literally just the grand jury indictment. Okay. Emily, weren't you already a member? You're back. Hi, MJ. And Emily and Emily and Emily.
Thanks, Emily. We do. Look at all the Emily's.
Petunia. Just take away my skincare regimen, and I would probably look like a combo of him and Lori.
Lori, oh,
I don't know. Lori's definitely just aged. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, so they updated that same article from yesterday that I was reading. Hold on. There was something in here, down here, that I wanted to read though. He's quickly arrested and charged alleged with the abuse and neglect of Cody and his 3 siblings. 6 months after Cody's disappearance, a grand jury issued 30 indictments against him on the child abuse and neglect for the children. He's been behind bars. He's been evaluated, as they call it, goes through all of his evaluations. This one right here. So this was interesting. So in March, Bigsby's team requested a judge to dismiss the charges against Bigsby after they say the Commonwealth Attorney's Office obtained evidence that wasn't submitted to the defense for months. This evidence is a written statement Bigsby wrote while in jail. Bigsby's defense team said the Commonwealth got a copy of that letter on August 3rd and did not share it with the defense team until November. The contents of the letter have not been released to the public. We don't know if it was a suicide note or any kind of confession. She initially said no, but they revised her response to say, because the statement is verifiably untrue, nonsensical, and bizarre, I do not consider it either one. The results of his treatment, Sean goes back through his treatment, but I thought that was really interesting. So he is, and they said it in one of those news articles, he's writing letters and statements in prison that are not in his best interest.
Not at all. Not at all. I believe his brother spoke about 3 that he was told of. And again, this was just talk. So, and the first 3 that they were able to see, it's like he's talking in a dream. And when he talks in these dreams, he basically says what he did, but he names other kids. He doesn't actually say.
Doesn't say Cody.
No, and he doesn't mention his other 3 children either.
But he says like he did XYZ to some child.
Because a monster or something, like he's saying he basically was doing it to protect that child because the monster was going to hurt the child. That was in just letters 1 through 3. I don't know what they got from 4, 5, and 6, and if any more, but that's what he was doing. He was basically like doodling and writing letters in his cell, and I guess in odd ways confessing, or that's how they were originally looking at it.
It's just nonsensical, is what they called it. Hi, Lisa.
He likes to doodle. He does the devil drawings and things of the horns, and like, so I'm trying to put that together as like, okay, were these things that he was just doodling and they found it on a pad, or some actually letters that he was attempting to send to his family, which I believe that's what the first 3 were. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yep.
So he does not look well. I don't know how a trial is going to go for him. He looks like a completely different person. I mean, he's aged tremendously. Maybe he used to dye his goatee or something. I don't know, but
Maybe.
they still have not found Cody's body.
Nope.
So he hasn't confessed to anything that's actually led to anything substantial. So even if it is a confession and he's saying that it happened or he did these things to another kid or just some, made up kid, it's not leading them to where Cody is.
And I think they got the June date from the neighbor, like based off the neighbor's last actual sighting of Cody, because not too many people seen these kids. So the neighbor was one of. I don't think there's been any other person that's actually come forward now that I think about it. There's been not one person, just the neighbor. Yeah. I went to go run down
because now that we know that it was in front of a grand jury, the abuse was in front of a grand jury, then I'm wondering, what about the other kids? A little, like a West case situation.
Well, I mean, I'm almost positive they're back with the bio mom in Washington, I want to say, but she wants to be very, very low key. She keeps a very, very low profile, very low. I think her last statement was maybe a year ago.
Wow.
Yep.
Hi, Crime Curious.
Hello.
I'm glad you're here. I needed you here for before I could talk about this other part. I was telling Michele beforehand, before we can talk about Leticia Stauch, I need Crime Curious.
She was waiting for you.
So Electra says, think about it. If you are receiving letters and it feels comfortable in a certain person and it opens up to a random, isn't that good to understand the real mentality? But I don't think that the other ones that they're talking about are actual letters to people.
Right.
I think they're just him writing to himself, basically, or just writing out loud, or like almost like journaling.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily sending it to anybody. So yeah, I mean, I'm still same concept. Would you be able to understand the real mentality? I don't know, because if you pay attention to Leticia Stauch and the way that she wrote letters, she was going to be a vampire, and she did that crap on purpose, so that she did sound crazy, so that she could plead insanity.
And I don't know why I'm really struggling here. He doesn't look sane to me. He just doesn't. You compare him to a Leticia, and from the get-go, this man was not. I don't know what to call that, but there's just something inside that tells me he absolutely did it. But this really might be a case where this man is actually insane.
I'd have to dig a lot more into it before I would be able to give an opinion on that. I don't know.
I'm not.
How did nobody notice that? It goes back to the same things. Like, how did nobody ever go like, this guy? This guy should not be around kids. Like, this guy needs help. Like, I don't know. I don't know. That's
went on
tough.
for too long. What, almost 4 to 6 months before anybody's seen any of the kids? He had to report Cody. Think about that. He had to let 6 months go by, then report. No one was around to report that child missing. No one.
Well, I mean, it's same. I'm going to go back to the West case again.
COVID. Yep.
Because nobody was around, so they reported them missing. They reported them stolen.
Oh, I can't.
And muscles and mascara. Sunset gazing. I don't know if I said hi to you, but hi. So anyway, okay. So So I know that Michele is already in the works with planning a whole case files on
Cody.
anyway. And then ironically, now we actually have a murder charge to go along with the 30 counts of child neglect and child abuse. So it'll be good timing. I'm still a little congested, so if I have to like mute to sneeze or something, I apologize. Stupid head cold's been kicking my butt all week.
Hey, Sunset.
Okay, let me pull these down real quick. Where are they? The other kids? They're with their mom.
I believe they're back with Bio Mom in Washington.
Yeah. So, and then who mentioned Noah? Is that Noah Tomlinson? Is that the other kid? Is that by there? Somebody mentioned Noah because there was 2 Noah cases I was following at the same time.
There is 2 Noah. Yeah.
There was Noah McIntosh, which is California.
Who was it? What's the last name?
Tomlinson. His mom was pregnant and on drugs, and
I remember.
Hi, Sleuth Mom. Hi, Quinny.
Sleuth Mom.
I reported them stolen. Yeah.
You'll be.
Okay, so I'll give you guys. I talked to you guys about this when we were going over the Leticia Stauch trial that I had sent in and requested all the information through Cora for Leticia Stauch's trial, and like so her discovery and the body cams and so on and so forth. I requested all of it. They got back to me and said that just the cost of the hold on, let me look at it again so I don't misquote the amount. The 1,050 pages, the cost of that was going to be $2,350.60 for the 1,050 pages. So I popped into Crime Curious's live. I don't even remember when it was now. Time's gone by so differently. A week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago. And she was talking about requesting some of the things. And I was like, well, here's what I'd already started this process. And so now, so I had reached out to the lady again and asked her, one, if it would be possible to have a local go in and do all the copying themselves. And she was unsure of that. Most people said that they don't think that's possible, but then other places allow it. And so I'm like, okay, well, we'll just, we'll see.
They let Aaron Brockovich do it. I mean,
it's true. They totally did. So I was like, if I have a local that can come in and make the copies, because basically what you're doing is you're paying somebody's wages. You're paying for the time that it takes somebody to sit down, make the copies, and put it all together for you. Because gosh forbid they just put it on a desk. It takes me 5 seconds, and I'll just upload it to a Google Drive, and we're good.
Scan it one time. Yep. All the day.
Right. So I had written her back, and I'd asked that, which she still has not actually responded to that part. But the other part I asked her was if it would be if I would be able to request specific pieces of the discovery, such as the body cam footage of 127, January 27th, just the 14-hour Dr. Lewis interview. Like if I were requesting specific things, like how much would those pieces cost me? And could I do it that way? So she responded to that part of it. So this is Crime Curious. Now you know why I was going to wait for you to come in before I was going to talk about this. Hi, Missy.
Hey, Miss.
The West case, where are those kids? They need to be found. Oh, absolutely. I don't know what my gut says they're, I don't even want to say, but my gut says they're in a landfill and they'll probably never be found. I know you need to get in the printing business, right? Okay. So she responded with some other things. One, that the mental health evaluations are actually from a separate agency. She does not have access to give me prices for those. The autopsy information, also from a different agency, does not have access to give me those. So there's no quotes for those two things. There is 2 pending estimate that she doesn't have yet, one being her jail calls. So she's getting me a price on that. The other is the crime scene photos and search warrants from Colorado and Florida. She doesn't have a price for those yet. So if we want the one from Dr. Lewis, we have to request it from somebody else. and the other doctors. Oh, is that Philly? Get in here, Philly. Come here, little baby.
You be good.
Sleuth Mom, I would be interested in the first. Thank you for joining, Sleuth Mom.
Yeah.
Realized you just joined. I would be interested in the first competency evaluations as well to hear about her malingering. Yes. So they do not. There's. Did Jeanette pop in? Hi, Jeanette.
Yeah. Hey, Jeanette.
Oklahoma City is miles and miles of nothing but desert. Sadly, the West Boys will probably never be found. I agree. Hey, Foxy. Okay, so here's the breakdown. So we've got the $2,350.60 for the 1,050 pages of the case report. If we want the 911 call, it's $33. And Crime Curious, I'm going to send this to you anyway, but I was going to talk about it, so I figured I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you tonight. She just sent it to me, ironically, and I added Leticia to the thumbnail like last minute. The 911 call, $33.58. CFS is 10 pages. What would that be?
CFS, you said?
Yeah, what's CFS? Somebody in chat. What's the CFS? Wheelby, that was kind of my thought. Like, I mean, they were able to do Watts, and it was just a digital file. You just downloaded everything. It was all in zip files, and I had to unzip everything. But other than that, okay. So I don't know what CFS is. Are you looking it up?
Yep.
CFS 2020-000210099. It's 10 pages long.
Oh.
What is it? Case Child Family Services?
Yeah.
Child Family Services. Well, that makes sense. So they had because he was a missing kid, they had to have a case file. Okay, that makes sense. Dumb. Yep.
It's a CFSI missing thing.
Okay, so there's 10 pages for that. That would also be, call for service?
Oh, wait. Yeah. Hold on.
I don't know. Oh, maybe it's their reports.
What that? Yeah, no, that would make sense though. Wait a minute.
Okay. Anyway, whatever that is 10 pages, and it would be $33.58. The body-worn camera, which is one I will be requesting, is $151.11. The Leticia and Al pretext phone calls. It includes all of them, including the ones that were not played in court. It's 12 hours total. That is $1,208.88. All interviews conducted with everybody as part of the investigation is 88 hours or 88 and a half hours. 88 and a half hours of interviews conducted.
Oh my.
That would cost $2,971.83.
It's like 88 hours worth of insanity. Like, imagine paying
for mental evaluations. That's literally just the interrogations.
Wait, whoa.
And the interviews. So interviews with neighbors, interviews with her, the interviews with Al, interviews with Landon.
There's
all of it.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow.
Yeah, so any interview conducted. If you want just Leticia's interview, which is 27 hours total of interviews with Leticia Stauch, it would cost you $906.66.
And that's what I would want, like that.
Oh, Sleuth Mom, you just wait. I'm not done yet, honey. If you want the jail phone calls, from jail. Okay, so no, the one is jail records. That's the one that's pending. Her jail phone calls, she's talked on the phone for 10,627 minutes. 10,627 minutes. If you would like to listen to the phone calls of Leticia Stauch while behind bars, that would cost you $17,842.73.
Oh my god. Where was Sleuth Mom? What'd she say? 10K originally? Hello.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, just wait.
Oh wow.
So that does not count the autopsy information, and that does not count the mental health evaluations. It also, once again, like I said, photos from the crime scene, still an estimate pending, and her jail records, which is probably her visitation logs, and her commissary reports, and all of that is that estimate is still pending as well.
That is insane. Like $17,000 to get a hold of this. Like
to listen to her talk on the phone.
Yeah. So who's more crazier, she or us? Because we want it. Like we're like, oh please, if we have 17,000, there you go. Like
that's just crazy.
Oh my God.
It's good to talk. Yeah. I mean, 10,627 minutes this woman has talked on the phone. Like, who the heck is she talking? Who's talking to her for 10,000 minutes?
Oh. Wait, what's crime?
24 hours a day for the next year. Yeah. I mean, I guess it might pay for itself eventually if people want to hear that. I want the body cams. That's one thing I know that I'm gonna get. And then the other thing that I did want was the interview with Agent Grusing, which I think would be in this $906 one. But I think if I asked for that one specifically, I could probably just get it. And then I also wanted the one with Dr. Lewis, but I have no idea.
You might be renting it on Netflix soon, I'm sure, somewhere. So.
Yeah, like where's all the mainstream people like getting this? Like, come on, people who cover this case, go get this so that we can just watch it.
Right? We just.
I know. Do you think that they have like it's a lemon law?
Oh
like,
yeah.
Right. I'd be like, no, this is totally a lemon. There's nothing good here. Is it 166 hours roughly?
Yeah.
10,627. So anyway, who can pay for that kind of phone bill for that many minutes? So, yeah, I don't know. Crime Curious. I'm curious to know what you think of what you think would be important to have, because I feel like the phone calls between Leticia and Al, we have a lot of those. I mean, we kind of get the gist.
Yeah. Yes.
So I don't think that
I don't think you need any more of that. You
Um,
definitely need Grusing though, because you need. We didn't get even what we did get. It wasn't that clear, and we need the rest of that for sure. That was one of the most interesting ones to me.
Maybe I should just write like Nate and be like, Nate, I know that you're in Idaho, but come on, Nate.
Help me.
I'm sure that's just the same call over and over again. Okay, Quinny wants to know, do you have just one dog?
I technically have 4 and 3 cats, but one likes to live with my aunt next door. So Rex stays next door. Ruckus is on the floor. Yeah, they're 2 German Shepherds, but Ruckus likes to stay here. And then we have 2 Yorkies. One's here, one's back there. And there's 3 cats around somewhere. It's a zoo, guys. It's just a zoo.
She has a whole crew. I know. That was kind of a funny question. Do you have just one? They did not name the agency for the 14 hours. It just says autopsy information, Florida, or mental health evaluations. Please contact responding agency or provider. So I have no idea who to even contact for that at this point. I like I said, I haven't responded to this, so and I'll forward it all to you. Yeah, Law and Crime, Court TV. It's probably not worth it to them because they already got their bang for their buck over the trial. So anyway, so I wanted to give you guys that update because we had talked about doing a little like crowdfunding, and I'm like, we'd have to really pick and choose what we wanted out of it to do anything. Like, I just don't know.
I mean, I don't think we need everything there, but it would be cool to have some of it. Something.
I want the body cam. I want the body cams.
Yeah.
It would be magic. It would be magic if it appeared. If you had to actually contact Dr. Lewis, you'd probably get her son. And he'd be all, I don't know, I meet you in the hallway.
He's like 10 grand.
10 grand. 10 grand. And my mom will talk to you herself about what happened.
Did you watch that documentary?
No, I never watched it.
What she did up on that stand is exactly what that's the entire documentary right there. I felt like I was watching Lewis up on trial. Did anybody else catch
watch it after she took the stand? Huh.
Like to the T. Like literally to the T. I went, oh, she's rehearsed this a billion times in her life. Literally. Guys, check it out. Crazy. Her son.
No, I never ended up watching it. Dr. Lewis needs to never go on a stand again. I don't think that she will be invited.
I would think this would end it, right? This would be a. Yes, Lee. It was crazy.
It was crazy. It was crazy. Was it insane? Because it's crazy, not insane.
It's a bunch of BS, is what it is. That's what she's selling. Okay, big time.
All right, let's see what else we've got here.
A sleuth mom said, "Oh yeah, Michael Allen's office. You're right. You are right, sleuth mom. To see where we can maybe get the other evaluation from Lewis."
Oh yeah. Well, I think she'll probably respond. She's been incredible with the communication. So
yeah,
I'll probably just ask her if that, because I know that Dr. Lewis one, Crime Curious wanted, and like I wanted the body cams and I want gruesing, so I'll have to just kind of play it by ear and see.
I think sleuth mom just said something about Adam. Oh, Adam Montgomery's lawyer is Dr.
No,
was it?
Is that for real?
Wait, no, it's so crazy because I thought I heard something like that, but no, wait. That's crazy.
Wait, no, that can't be real. Or is it just because they act so much alike?
Right.
I actually thought for real, I thought it might be Elaine from Heard's trial. That's who I thought it was. This when I heard her talking at first, I was like, All right, we can go to Vander Sloot.
Oh yes, our
Joran Van der Sloot. So he arrived yesterday. Not really, but she could pass for it, right? See, I knew Sleuth Mom was pulling my leg.
Oh.
I think that she's probably also related to Elaine.
Yeah, she's got some Elaine in her for sure.
She's got some Elaine in her. Okay, I was trying to look this up, and maybe one of you guys knows. His attorneys for the Harmony Montgomery trial coming up in August are not the same attorneys, correct?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but I'm not. I can't say because I don't really know.
Let me see.
Let me get rid of this stuff. Let me get rid of all these stuff, and then we can talk about Joran. So I had to write a big paper when I was going to school, and I wrote it on Natalie Holloway.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Why can't I get rid of this?
Sleuth mom, they know.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, I know. I'm all over the place. There's so much true crime stuff happening. I know. That's why I'm like, okay, we're just going to go through. We're just going to do a bunch of updates. Boom, boom, boom.
Just go through them.
I don't know if it's the same attorneys. I don't think it is, but I don't know. So that'll be interesting. If somebody finds that out, let me know.
Yes, please.
And let's look up Mr. Joran. So are you guys familiar with the case of Natalie Holloway? I mean, it's been a pretty big case out there. I think that probably most people have. Most people have at least heard of it or kind of know a little bit. Ooh. Okay, thank you.
We love you, Sleuth Mom. Thank you.
Let me pull it. If you haven't heard of Natalie Holloway, let me know, because I'm pretty sure, like I said, it's pretty well known. So here is his new U.S. mugshot. Creepy looking. Never really looked into it. Okay, so I can do I'll just give you a little synopsis. So Natalie Holloway went down to Aruba with her friends for like a spring break, and she met this young man, and they went somewhere else, and she was never seen again. That's pretty much the gist of it. She left her friends and went with him, and they never found her. They've never been able to figure out exactly, what he did. The point of his trial here, I'll get to it in a minute. So he was arrested. They ended up having to let him go, and then he went over to Peru. Wait, did he murder her in Peru? He's in prison in Peru. I think
Yeah.
he murdered her in Peru, but I think he ended up leaving there too. It was 2005. 2005 was when she went missing. And so he went over there and then ended up murdering another young lady and actually got caught. And then he was sentenced to 28 years in a Peru prison, which he still has, I believe, 15 years left. He, for the Natalie case, because everybody's always basically known that it was him, he has tried to he's given up information, and the family will continue to go there and they will search and they will search. The mom and dad are not together, and then there's some contention there, and the dad's like done his documentaries where he thought that he figured out where she was, and then the mom was working with law enforcement, and what happened was he told them that he would give them information that would lead them to Natalie's body if they gave him $25,000. So working with the professionals, with law enforcement, she did come up with the $25,000 and was giving it to him. And then, of course, he did not give anything substantial over, and there was some extortion and some blackmail. So he was charged in the U.S. with those crimes. But obviously, he is serving a murder sentence in Peru, which he's actually from the Netherlands. He's a Dutch native. He's a Dutch man. And so now yesterday they were extraditing. It was a big deal on social media. If you guys were following it, it was almost reminiscent of when they flew Bryan Kohberger over from Pennsylvania. Like people were tracking his plane and like keeping an eye on where he was, what was happening and what was going on with it, and watched him like get off the plane, watched it land. Yeah, this dude's a piece of crap. I mean, that's just how it is. He's a convicted killer already, so I can get away with calling him a piece of crap.
How dare you do that to her parents? Like, what? Like barter her murder details to be able to find their child? Like,
yep. But he just got some cash out of it, and his dad was, was he a politician? Why can't I remember if he was a politician or I think he was a politician. And yeah, I was really sad. I was sad too, True Crime Crazy. But people have a hard time making it through some of these tragedies. They just don't. They can't stay together.
It ends up being a lot on the marriage, the relationship itself, and there's,
Well, then there's a lot of blame of like, I said she couldn't go, you said she could go, she should have never gone, and then it just is. Was he a judge? I thought he was in. I'll just look it up. I could probably just pull up my paper. Vander Sloot.
Oh, we're happy you're here, Tim.
He was a lawyer. Yeah, he was a lawyer, and his mom was an art teacher. So now he is here. He went in front of a judge today and pled not guilty, and Beth Holloway was there and got to like look at him, which I can't even imagine. Oh, thank you, Tiffany. You could tell it's just a little congestion. I'm actually so much better than I was. But so she got to like look at him, and I just couldn't imagine like what like how that would even be. It's got to be almost like surreal, like being in the room with this guy.
Like the cluster of emotions has to be just insane, because you have to keep yourself composed, but you're looking at the man that killed your baby, and it's just that's a hard reality, man.
I'm gonna try to find it. I think I sent it to myself.
Quinny, you think that helped him?
Oh, absolutely.
Could Joran Van der Sloot be plotting?
Absolutely. His dad helped him get away with it, whatever you want to say. Let me know that you can hear this, Michele.
A great escape? That's the huge question today as the convicted killer finally faces an American judge. A convoy of black SUVs delivered Vander Sloot to a court in Birmingham, Alabama. The 35-year-old suspect in the death of Natalie Holloway almost 20 years ago was extradited from Peru, where he was serving time for the murder of another young woman. Natalie's mother, Beth, was at the courthouse today to face down her daughter's suspected killer. Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft.
She was looking at him when he walked in, and it just was just a look, just staring at him, not really any emotion shown, just a strong look at Joran Van der Sloot.
There were friends in the courtroom, right? Friends that were with Natalie on the trip.
Yeah, there were a lot of friends in the courtroom. I sat next to one of Natalie's best friends. We were chatting for a bit, and she said that she has been waiting for this for 18 years.
Vander Sloot is accused of trying to extort $250,000 from Natalie's mother for information about the location of her body. He pleaded not guilty today. After being held in one of the toughest prisons in South America, Vander Sloot was booked in Hoover City Jail outside Birmingham pending his trial. And that's leading to major security concerns, considering Vander Sloot's ruthlessness and violent history. Hoover City Jail has just 84 inmates. A prisoner escaped from the jail in 2020.
They know what they've got. I mean, he's a high risk, obviously. They'll put him in a secured environment, and they'll certainly watch him like a hawk.
Peruvian officials have agreed to let Vander Sloot stay in the U.S. until the extortion case is over, including through the appeal process, should there be one.
So that means that he would be here. He would be here for a while. So he just pled not guilty today. And then he would have, if he is found guilty at trial, he would have the right to an appeal. So if he likes our prison system better, he actually has the right to stay.
How crazy is that?
Right.
Wow.
Hi, Helena. Hi, anybody who just popped in.
Hello, my
Dawn. Yeah, so he could stay here, but he is. I mean, they're going to have to make sure he has like massive security because he is such a risk. And hi, Jenny. I grew up in Hoover. Hoover is a suburb of Birmingham, Alabama. My cousin knew Natalie. Aww. Natalie was just gorgeous. She was just a gorgeous young lady.
She's one of those people you could just tell, like literally from the inside out, was just a good person, like just a.
She would have been a good one.
Girl.
Yeah, she had a good future ahead of her. Yeah. So, and then let me bring this back. I don't know why I stopped sharing my screen. I should not have done that. And then did you see that Sleuth Bomb said that it is the same attorneys?
Yeah.
He better ask for new attorneys. He needs to ask. If he doesn't ask for new attorneys, I don't know what
Lane
he's going to do.
2.0 is just not cutting it. Nope.
Yeah, I think so too, BR. I think so too. I think he's gonna be very happy in the United States. And if you see how much attention he got when he was getting off that little transport, and there was massive media and cameras, and how much attention that man is getting now that he's here. Thank God that he's here, because I think that it's probably the best that her family's going to get.
For sure.
Sadly.
For sure.
Oh yeah, because he gets a choice, and technically, because if he chooses to appeal, he could just choose to appeal just to stay here if he wants to, and then he can just keep going with that. He has to be found guilty before he obviously can appeal, but he will end up having to go back to the Peru prison to serve out. So if he's convicted here, he'll get to stay and do all the appeals process. He'll still have to go back and serve the rest of his sentence for the murder he is convicted of. So he's 35 years old currently. He has 15 years left on that sentence. But he's still behind bars now, which will still be counting towards those 15 years. That's if he doesn't try to break out.
Right.
And take off.
What's it only make him still about 50?
Right.
Hey, Aussie.
But then he would go back and he would serve the time there, and then he would be brought back to the United States to serve the time that he gets for whatever, if he's found guilty here.
Yeah. And I will say the Peru prisons, I watched what is that called? World's Toughest Prisons or whatever. It's on season 1. It's like the second episode in, and Peru is like one of the toughest, craziest prisons there is, like in the world.
They've shown his cell. They've shown the way that he has to live over there. And he's not a little dude.
No,
he's a pretty big dude.
He's huge.
Hi, Aussie. Hold on.
You have a ton of girlfriends. Right, BR, exactly.
These are federal charges, so I'm not sure. He's charged with 1 count of extortion and 1 count of wire fraud.
Oh, Aussie, we're happy you're here. Thanks for hanging with us tonight. So you already looking that up?
Yeah, I don't know if I can find it that easily though, just because it's federal and I normally have my state stuff. I don't know what his. Let me do it this way.
Thanks, Mods. You are the best.
If found guilty, Vander Sloot would need to be sentenced. The maximum sentence for the wire fraud charges is 20 years. So I wonder if that counts as extortion or not. So she gave him the $25,000, and then he said that he would lead somebody to her body, and then she would have to give him the rest of the money. And then he never did anything else. So she was out the $25,000. So she's now, so yeah, so he would serve 20. He would wire fraud charges up to 20 years. But I don't know about the extortion. It doesn't have that one. This does not look like it would be a long trial, maybe a week. That's all it says. Okay, so let me pull this one up because I wanted to show you guys this. Yeah, so if he goes back and he doesn't get out for good behavior, let's say he actually serves his full 28 years, so he'd be 50. And then if he got 20 years max here for just the wire fraud plus whatever extortion would be. And I also don't know if those would be concurrent or consecutive, probably concurrent, but I don't know. And then he would be 70, most likely with good behavior, he'd be out in his 60s. I mean, that's still a lot of his life behind bars, but still.
Well, we don't want him. Take him back.
No.
Can have him.
Well, they're gonna. I mean, if he's convicted, he goes back, and then he has to come back here if he's still alive.
And then he'll come back. Right. And I can't even say how I feel about that. So.
When he's still alive now.
Yes, Delina, that would be.
Can you hear that? Sounds like wind right now.
Yeah.
Any comments?
Thank you for your continued support.
How relieved are you that he is in the Birmingham court?
Anything else I said? Just thanking you for your continued support. It's greatly appreciated. Excuse me. Yeah. Your path for us. Going to the right, left.
Can't go up there, guys.
She just keeps going like, thank you for your continued support, and thank you for your continued support. Like anytime you want to make a statement, do you have anything you want to say? I do not know if it's going to be televised. I haven't even been able to. They haven't even shown the arraignment today where he pled not guilty. So, hi, Ares. I hope you're doing well. Well, it wouldn't matter if it is a death penalty. He's only being charged with extortion and wire fraud, and they're federal charges. So he keeps interrupting the live stream. We're like, Dad, stop. If your dad wants to talk to you, I'm going to go ahead right now and I'm going to say, go talk to your dad, even if it's about Trump. Do it anyway. There's a lot of stuff happening in the true crime Trump world too. So,
Yes.
It's important. It was all the altars. That's how so much time was racked up, y'all. That's true. Oh, Missy, thank you.
Oh, thank you, baby dolls.
He needs to be charged with murder, but they do not have the evidence to charge him, and they cannot charge him in the United States with that murder, unfortunately. So the court is Jefferson County Courthouse. So it's weird that he gets to go to Hoover City Jail. Well, they said that they had to put him in a prison that had higher security and less prisoners.
Makes sense.
That was one, and I don't think that was on the clip I showed, but it was on another one I had watched earlier. Because they are worried, they're concerned about him doing something and trying to get out. So they wanted him somewhere small that they could watch him. I don't know. I don't know enough about it to be able to say. So that's where we're at with that. If it is televised, I mean, I'll be watching that one for sure.
For sure. Yep.
Well, heck no. Heck no, Emily. At this point, Michele doesn't even want her kids to go to college. She's like, nah, you don't need a college degree. It's not even necessary anymore.
I literally talked her out of a whole nother state to stay here, and it cost me a lot. Like it's going to cost me forever.
Hi, Shmita.
Shmita.
I wasn't even allowed to take local trips.
Yeah.
No,
this is stay in the neighborhood.
Well, the other thing is like this isn't the only case. Like spring break typically has. I mean, if it's not some type of accident or accidental,
it's petrifying.
You can even go second degree, like something that wasn't intentional at all.
Yep.
That could happen, and then you have like these. There's so many cases that happen over spring breaks.
Yeah. There's so much vulnerability in those young adult kids who swear they know life and get life, and then they go there. They can drink there at 18, so they're just living it up like actual adults who are now intoxicated and God knows what, and they're at the mercy of people who have lived there their entire life. They know everything that they don't know, basically. It's the scariest thing. And for the parent, we're back over here. We can't do anything. We're a 5-hour flight away. We can't do anything in that moment. So
mine aren't there yet. They're just going to stay here. They're going to stay in this little bubble. My kids are going to be in a little bubble.
Keep them in their box. Scary world.
Wait. Hi, Schmeeds. Hi, Schmeedas. Bear said, holy crap, I just found out my friend's stepson was murdered in Washington.
Oh, my God.
I'll get the deets. She's a true crime girl there.
Is a true
crime girl. She's like, I'll get the deets.
Thank you.
So I got to tell you this funny story speaking about being a true crime person. So, like you're watching YouTube and like things will pop up on your feed that are like recommended, but you don't actually like subscribe or know anything about the channel. So this video comes up and it's like, I don't know, it's like 17 minutes long or something. And it was like the story of, I don't even remember now, Craig Dreg. It was like a weird name, Craig. It was like rhymed. And I was like, ooh, this looks interesting. Like an older murder mystery kind of thing. Like what happened to her? And so I start watching it and they're like telling the story. And it's like this chick that went on The Price is Right and with her husband when she was super young. Do you know what I'm talking about to go to?
Yeah.
Because it would be really weird if you do, because it's not a true crime story.
I
okay, I'm like, then maybe like they're trying to get us off our true crime brain. So, hi Minnie Mo, and so I'm like watching it, and I'm like, okay, there's nothing like scary, there's nothing happening yet. I'm like, this chick's just on The Price is Right, and she's just doing stuff on The Price is Right. So I start reading the comments, and it's like I think it's like 5-month-old video or whatever. So I start reading the comments, and everybody in there is like, was I the only one that was like waiting for like blood and gore and like all this stuff? And it ends up it's a feel good story that this guy had made about his mom and dad. That his mom had won on The Price is Right in 1979 and won a car. But the way he put it all together and edited it, it was like it was supposed to be a true crime story.
Oh.
So I'm like, well, it pops up and I'm a true crime person. So like I'm thinking it should be. Yeah, no. It's totally just a feel good story about his mom and dad, and like he sat down in like 1999 and interviewed them about their experience on The Price is Right. And
once you said Price is Right, I'm like, wait a second. I'm thinking talk show. I'm like, wasn't there just a trial for something about like a talk show guest or something that was killed or killed their husband or something? Like that's where I was going with it. I'm like, wait, is that what you're talking about?
Maybe. I don't know. And maybe that's why I thought of it, because it kind of maybe rung a bell. Like, and I was like, well, I'm one of those people. I was waiting for this woman to be murdered and really bad stuff to happen to her. And here it is. It's just like him telling a story about his parents. So then I felt bad because I was like anticipating something bad happening to this guy's mom. And I was like, shit, now I owe the guy a total view. Like I watched his whole video. It was a cute video about his mom, but I was like,
did you hit that like button?
I didn't. I watched the whole thing, though. I watched the whole thing.
Got it. Yeah. Hi, Mrs. MFO.
Did Kelly Brandon went on something, didn't she? Did she go on something?
Is that it?
It was a Family Feud contestant. There was the trial for the Family Feud contestant.
Family Feud.
Yeah, Lori was on Wheel of Fortune. See, now Price is Right totally makes sense that it should be about murder.
Yeah. Look who's here.
Hi, Ainsley. I have been live. Yeah, this is the second one now. I think I was live like a month ago on a Friday.
Yeah, I think Fridays are back for a while.
Yeah, we're good. We're back in the Friday flow for a little bit because we don't
I'm
have.
so happy you're here. We love you.
That's true, but his channel wasn't even a true crime channel. It was just a guy who made a video about his mom. But they should.
You've got a couple good things to binge though this week, I'll say for sure. Like you got me going on the second one.
Oh, okay. So we should talk about those.
Yeah.
Did you guys watch Fatal Attraction with Joshua Jackson?
It's good.
Did you guys watch that? I binged that this week because I haven't been feeling good, so I've been laying around a lot. So I binge watched Fatal Attraction with Joshua Jackson, and I also binge watched Cruel Summer.
Amazing.
Hi, Ainsley, you were super duper missed.
Yes. Everybody
Delana
loves her friend because she's awesome. I promise. See,
Ainsley's one of the sweetest people in the whole wide world,
and loves true crime. Like our girl will get in there. Loves talking cases.
Do I think that Portland has a serial killer? Well, I can tell you that I know somebody who lives in the area and they think it's a serial killer, so I trust their judgment.
Yeah, same.
I haven't overly looked into it, but I will trust that they think it is.
Yeah, for sure.
I do. I love Joshua Jackson too. Hi, Steph.
Steph.
Emily watched Cruel Summer. We're going to do Ayla. Absolutely going to do Ayla. That's coming up too. Cruel Summer season 2 just started. It only has 2 episodes out. I've watched both of them, but I can't binge it because the other ones aren't even out yet. So I'm like, should I have waited? I probably should have waited.
You're maxed out on that one. It's a good one though.
So if you haven't watched those two are really good. They're both really good shows. Cruel Summer, I watched with my daughter who's 12, and it was appropriate. It was okay. And then Fatal Attraction, not child appropriate. Older kid, yeah, you're fine, but not younger child. So she had fallen asleep, and so I started that one, and I was like, ooh, I'm so glad they fell asleep for that. I didn't know that was what was going to be in there.
I started them both, but it was Cruel Summer that actually hooked me. It's just the storyline, guys. I don't want to give it up too much, but it pulls you within the first 5 minutes. It just does. And it's not so true crimey as you would think. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, my husband actually recommended it because he thought it was a murder mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, the doc on Natalia Grace. You did watch it? Oh, it's so good. Okay, so then the Vera UK series? No, what's that? I've not heard of that.
Yeah, no.
Emily says, yes, there's definitely a killer in Portland. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Criminal Minds is pretty good, but they don't have that last season that they came back on Netflix with. I was like, that's tough. Because they made it like the whole season about one case, and I liked it as a TV show.
Yeah. Same.
I have not watched The Watchful Eye. Not watched that. Rainbow Mom also says yes, serial killer. I don't know what Vero is. I'm gonna have to look into that. My hub's ex was a psycho. We had to go to court. Ended up getting a 10-year protection order. It's called something else, but I don't remember what. But I made it last until my son was 18.
I get it. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Yvette. How are you?
All good shows. All good shows.
Yes.
VR, what was the show you told me to watch yesterday? I don't remember what it was now, but I'm gonna have to look at this Bureau. I'll check into that. I binged Love and Death and Candy Montgomery's story. Don't know that one either.
Yeah, Candy Montgomery?
Don't know that.
Let's see.
It's a murder mystery on Hulu. Okay.
On Hulu?
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna write them down. Vero UK. and Candy Montgomery story. Okay. Hi, Mallory.
I love that. What are you
Think
doing?
Expert Lucy based on the Holloway case. The Watchful Eye is definitely worth the watch. I've not seen that either. Did you guys watch? Did you watch The Watcher? So, and that one is coming. That one's coming out with a season 2. And for anybody that doesn't know, Manifest, the last 10 episodes came out. Just saying.
My mom loves that. Loves
Based on a true story. That's what you were telling me. Based on a true story.
Ansley, one day we have to tell that one story about the neighbor. I don't want to mess it up. Ansley's got some real life true crime stories, and they're really good.
I pay enough for cable TV. I only added Prime to it. We actually just got rid of DirecTV, and we're doing only streaming.
That's what he wants to do. That's what
We
he wants
just
to
did it.
give it up and just grab all the.
It's tough.
apps. Yeah,
I'm not totally in the flow yet. I like
what
my
do you do on your
television.
DVR?
You don't. Well, it's all streamed, so you can just it's just there.
Or you can save it, right? Or you. Oh,
You don't even need to save it. It's
You don't
there.
need to do that.
It's just streamed. The problem, my issue is how do I know when to go to it? Like, you want me to remember that I have to go and watch this show,
Yeah.
versus like hitting my list and it just saying, "Hey, you have these shows."
There.
And I'm like, perfect. Now I have, like, I saved everything to like my watch list, but I'm like, I need somebody to like put in there like 1, like, or 2, like how many episodes I have to watch of those shows. Oh, Rainbow Moms, I've only been streaming for years. See, I don't know. I'm so addicted.
Really, Rainbow Mom?
So does my husband. He wants to get rid of DirecTV.
Yes.
I'm not ready yet. My husband's been asking to do it for like a few months. And I was like, can you just wait till the season finales? Wait till the season finales. I have like 3 shows that ended. Like, just make this less hard on me.
Right.
Like, literally, the season finales were done. And then all of a sudden it was like everything was set back to DirecTV.
He just removed it.
I thought maybe you'd forget or something. He's like, oh no, I've been waiting. I'm ready.
Teresa checked the TV. It was just all her abs. She was like, where did Guy go?
Yeah. Haven't had cable since 2016. That's crazy. Everyone should watch James McAvoy. Why does that sound so familiar?
Yeah, it does.
James McAvoy.
It does sound familiar.
Is my son. What else has he done? Or is McAvoy the guy from Happy Gilmore? Is that his name? McAvoy? The golfer? All right, I'm totally sidetracked. I'm gonna
Wait, McAfee. Wait. If we're still talking true crime at this point, McAfee, the one, the billionaire, and it killed the young girl. I'm gonna mess this all up. I shouldn't even have said anything. That's who they're talking about. Oh, he's the guy who played the bees.
Who did Sunset Gazing? Thank you. Sunset Gazing gifted 5 memberships.
Oh, thank you, Sunset.
Delana, go get your charger. The movie My Son. Okay, I wrote it down. Thank you, Sunset Gazing. All right, we'll get back to it because I'll just get all sidetracked and we can just talk about TV shows. But anyway, so just say a little prayer for me. I got no DirecTV.
I want to see how long this lasts. I'm just curious. See if you make it to September. We'll see.
I was really upset. I'm going to go back to it real quick. Sorry, guys. I was really upset because I've been a DirecTV subscriber since 2005, 2006.
Yeah.
They didn't fucking care.
They let you just go. And it was like, bye, bitch. See you later.
My husband cancel it. And I'm like, what the? Yeah, I was like, maybe they'll have somebody like that's gonna call and be like, like their retention department will call and be like, we don't want you to go. What's making you leave? Like, no, they didn't fucking care.
It was like, bitch, don't let the door get you in the butt and away.
Like, what? Like, screw you too, DirecTV.
He was waiting for her phone call to come back.
Yeah, I was. I really, really was. I thought they would care that I left. Yeah, they think they'd fight for me.
They would fight for you. Yes.
I'll tell you what, Verizon fought for me. I've been with Verizon since 2004. And when I considered transferring to T-Mobile, Verizon was like, oh, hell no. You cannot go to T-Mobile. What do you need from us? Do you need new phones? What do you need?
So I guess DirecTV does not play because Comcast is like that too. They really don't want to work with you. They don't want to do anything anymore. They're like, no, you're right. They're like, see you later.
That's just sad. I was like, well, you too then. I guess that's just how it goes. Thank you, Ainsley, for joining. Ainsley's like, I'm green. Hello app, all streaming channels live in one place, plus on demand, $25 a month, all your cable channel apps, Law Nation, ID Discovery, Food Network, History, etc., and more. Really? Jenna from Texas. Well, thank you. A Philo app?
I was just writing stuff down.
I know. Hold on. Let me write that down real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, DirecTV, explain yourself. Explain yourself to chat. In my defense, Michele and I talk often, and her ass never told me you went live every Friday. Well, that's her fault. I know, though. So Lolo says, that's it. I'm done. They didn't care that T left. I'm leaving. I went to mobile service through my cable and had Verizon and saved $70 a month now.
Why do I feel like our cable bill is like literally $3 something every month? I don't even know what we're watching. Like we're paying for cable, then the apps, and then I don't even know what's happening half the time anymore. Like who? Why?
Sleuth investigates. Says Philo TV.
We are missing out. If Sleuth gets us, we're missing out. Like where have we not known this at?
Amy Lou just left DirecTV. Did they care that you left, Amy? Did you get a phone call demanding that you stay with them?
Amy, say no.
If you got a phone call, I'm gonna be really mad. I'm calling them. I'm gonna be like, what the hell? Amy Lou got a phone call.
Like I left and you never called me back. I'm calling you.
Rainbow Mom says I'm only on YouTube.
Okay.
Eris, yeah, I want to hear a joke.
Oh, yeah.
I like it. Wait, hold on. I have HBO and Disney Plus. Well, I have them. Yeah, they didn't even send me a gift back. They just didn't give a shit. Yeah, there's so much that you can watch for free. I know. And I already had a bunch of the apps anyway. I mean, we already had a bunch of streaming apps, but it is whatever.
I know, Sleuth. We're gonna figure this out.
All right, well, there we go. Okay, so now we're really going back to true crime for a hot minute. Let me get everybody's comments caught up, because otherwise I'm going to want to talk about it more when I see somebody else say something really cool.
We have to go like this for a minute.
Try to keep me after 20 years. They didn't try to keep you? That's fucked up.
Nancy loves her Delphi boy. Yes, she does.
Richard Allen goes to court next week, by the way, and I'm still so hung up on Delphi. It's nuts. Ainsley, I try to follow everything I can Delphi, and I feel like my camera went all cuckoo. Hold on.
It looked like it went out of focus for a second.
Yeah, and that's why I was like, let me touch it. Hi, Vanessa.
Hey, Vanessa.
So I never paid extra for the like the ad-free stuff. And so now that we're doing just that, I'm like, hello, husband, like I need you to fix this. This Hulu ad crap isn't gonna work for me. He's like, oh my gosh, fine, I'll pay the $5 extra a month that gets you no ads. I'm like, thank you.
Thanks. Well, no, now that's just the excuse for everything. You took the cable away. Now I have to have this.
I'm like, now he's like, you really can't watch a commercial? And I'm like, it's not even the issue with the commercial. My issue is it's the same commercial every single time the ad plays.
So annoying. So annoying.
Well, DirecTV would lower our price. I would like specifically call and just ask for the retention department and be like, hey, like I've been a customer of yours for however long, and I need you to like hook me up with something. And then they would give me like cheaper stuff. They'd go, oh, you can have your HBO for 6 months for free or whatever. I am currently watching Rabbit Hole with Kiefer Sutherland. I'm on the 5th episode. It's very interesting. And I do watch Yellow Jackets. And Pluto is still a planet. These people need to make a decision. Either Pluto's a planet or it's not a planet. You can't keep going back and forth. It's bullshit. I was taught in school that Pluto was a planet, so that's just how it's going to be.
And I've made many, many science projects about it. So connecting all my little,
Sleuth says, I'm on the fence with Delphi. Was it him or was it not? Well, I don't think they want you to know that 100%. So I think that's a thing to wait for trial. Yeah. Oh, I think that he's definitely involved, obviously. I don't think they got this evidence that just was like,
Yeah.
You know, probably not really him. It's the same way I feel about Bryan Kohberger. It's like the dude, people aren't out there just setting up random poor Bryan Kohberger. It just didn't happen.
Right.
He's nobody's fucking patsy.
No, not at all. The most I'll go with that is that he possibly had help. That's as far as I can go with that. And that's after wrapping my mind for the last 2 weeks, trying to make sense out of things.
Yeah.
Thank you, Electro.
Oh, thank you, Electro.
Good.
Tubi is free, plus day afternoon shows like Hulu used to be when it was free, plus you can fast forward commercials on most.
Yes.
On Tubi. Okay.
Tubi's actually pretty cool. You find the most random movies on Tubi. It's like when no one, Godfather, for example, you can find Godfather on Tubi. You can find 1, 2, and 3. Like anything that's like a trilogy of any sort or anything, Tubi's the first one that pops up always.
Sluice was supposed to marry Kiefer Sutherland when she was like 7. I was supposed to marry Val Kilmer.
Oh no, Val Kilmer.
Okay, let me see. So, my only thing about Kohberger is how did he do all that so fast? I think that he's in pretty good shape, and I think that he had thought about it quite a few times. I think it was something that he was ready to do.
Yes. I am willing to even take on the fact that he has actually maybe even been in that house for things or whatnot. So he would know the layout. He just would know certain things.
I'm not even sold on the fact he's been there yet. I'm not there yet.
I'm not there yet, but I've definitely turned the corner. I definitely went up the street and made the little left.
You gotta
I'm
keep
there.
you off of YouTube channels.
I do. I started this case just does it. It just does it.
All right, so should we talk about Bryan next since we're talking about Idaho 4? You guys want to talk about? Let me put a poll up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put a poll up.
Exactly, Aries. We want a trial with really good cameras.
He doesn't want cameras. What the heck? Oh, poor Bryan. It's tainting this jury pool.
Oh well.
It is not.
The whole world at this point. I mean, it's going to be almost impossible to find that either way. The facial expressions, right? Exactly. True crime crazy. Exactly.
Okay, let's see what you guys think here.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to do that.
Like I said, with this case, it just seems like whenever there's too much time is when these things start to, and I know because I do it. So. Every time there's like a week of nothing is what happens.
So why do you think they let Bryan wear a suit today?
Why?
Yeah, why did they let him wear a suit today? I mean, he's been in his garb, every other time. That they let him wear a suit today.
I think they feel like they're somewhat making that little turn, like I was kind of saying, and possibly putting some reasonable doubt out there. So now they want to really try to paint him as not the killer anymore, maybe. I mean, why do they put the suits on? Why do they?
Typically do a trial because you're not actually convicted,
right?
So they
want to be looked at,
right? But for today it was a gag order thing.
I know.
So I'm trying to figure that out. Hi, Seth.
Or maybe he finally got around to maybe getting his suits because he's a big guy. So maybe that's why
they didn't have any clothes for him.
Possibly. Aww. He's a big guy.
Bryan looks better in orange.
Yeah.
You think he has an apprentice? Now that's interesting that you say that. Because when the stuff about him on Reddit came out, I literally thought, did he choose to come over here because he met somebody on there that was going to teach him the way?
I can see it.
You know what I mean? Like he found somebody that he meshed with.
Yep. That he felt I think we even discussed this very early on, that he was already comfortable with this person already, and this person aligns with exactly whatever was going on in here with him to begin with.
Yeah.
Like his hair's done, everything.
But yeah, he's got
gel in his
product
hair.
in. I got a little bit of makeup on.
Yeah.
Oh, he probably doesn't. I'm just saying. So I thought that. That's why I said it's very interesting. Or maybe he did. Well, you know, I don't know. I still would think that he would probably be the apprentice. It's just my thought. But maybe he did find somebody that he would have an apprentice. But I don't know if he would have taken them. Bryan is the master and he trained a wannabe. But he was looking for people who already had a criminal history on that survey that he had done. Hi, Thistle.
We got you together.
He trimmed his bricky eyebrows. He's like, look at how thin my eyebrows are.
I kept looking. I'm like, something. Yeah, definitely did.
Hi, Charlie.
Hey, Charlie.
I used to have to go out and buy clothes for our clients. God, that'd be a fun job.
Mm-hmm.
They might.
That's what I was saying, Miss. Right? Yeah. Okay.
It is, but it's supposed to be in front of the jury. They have a right to wear the suit. So why do you think they put him in a suit for a hearing about gag orders?
Media, man, trying to humanize him again.
Is it because? Is it? I'm wondering if they actually did. Like the judge was like, "Yeah, it's fine if he wears a suit," because he's saying he doesn't want cameras because it is villainizing him in the media, which would also be, you know, him wearing the orange. It's like the, you know, subconscious. Yes, he is a criminal, and because he's all over the media. That's what I'm saying. Like, so people have already been upset that, or his team's already upset that he's already being villainized while he wears orange. I wonder how they're going to feel when he's villainized when he wears a suit and has his hair done.
Yeah.
Hi, BG.
BG.
Well, he is going to get special treatment. He's going to get special treatment without a doubt, because they cannot afford a mistake to be made that will get him off.
Exactly.
That will get him acquitted. They cannot afford this. So they are going to be extra cautious and with kid gloves and be like, look at how wonderful he is and he's treated so well, and
everything is going to be like this.
Right.
Just like that. They can't afford to. They just can't.
So the hearing today, I'm going to pull that up too. It's like 51 minutes, and I'm obviously not going to play all of that. But there was a couple interesting things that were said that I do want to play. And I just have to find it. And all the chaos of 50,000 cases. Here it is.
Yeah.
So, who is the attorney for the Gonsalveses, and I think anybody who's followed the Idaho 4 case, we all know that the Gonsalveses have been the most vocal family out of all 4 kids' families, and they have done massive amounts of interviews. And even recently, Christy has talked to the channel Drunk Turkey Show, and so there's a whole thing going on. Like they don't really ever stop talking to people. Some people say, you know what, they have every right to do whatever the hell they want. They lost their daughter, they can do it. Other people are like, they need to kind of take a step back and be a little bit more quiet and not wreck any potential conviction. That's pure opinion, and you have the right to have your. I really like that family, but I do think they need to be quiet a little bit.
Yeah. Once you start getting too comfortable doing that, you see it goes from like a 50% and they're in the media to a full-blown 100%, and that can only cause just more chaos in the case itself. I totally understand wanting to continue to advocate for their child and all
Without
the
a doubt.
advocate, you know, but at this point, I don't think there's nothing else to give. I don't think there's any more to say, right? Like,
Well, there is. I think there's always more to say because there's still so many questions, and if the families have the answer and they can actually, you know, stop the rumor cycle or whatever you want to call it, the rumor mill. I almost said thank you. Scary the way this trial is going. His eyes still look weird, scary today. Too much hidden from Millie. I think so too. So Shannon Gray is the attorney for the Gonsalveses, and there has been a gag order that has been filed. We've known that there's been a gag order for quite a while. People were very confused on who the gag order covered. And it obviously covers the attorneys for Bryan Kohberger, and it covers the prosecution. But then it reached out to covering the gag order, made it so that Shannon Gray could not talk either, because he was an attorney representing the family. But the family was not under a gag order. So it became kind of confusing on the family could still talk, but the family actually, I believe for a hot minute, thought they were under the gag order too. But the families are not. But the attorney, so in this hearing today, like I said, I'm not going to play the whole thing. If you want to watch it, I'll put the link in chat so you guys can watch it. And so oh, that's not what I want at all. That was totally the wrong link.
Seth, you are the best. Thank you.
So he goes up and he's basically saying like, hey, I have the right to be able to talk myself. And if the Gonsalveses say something, they have the right to talk, and I have the right to repeat what they say. So like if he uses the example, like if the Gonsalveses say, hey, I think that judge is crazy, I have the right as their attorney to say, hey, the Gonsalveses think the judge is crazy. I have that right to say that out loud.
Right.
But I don't have, he goes, I also have the right to say, I think the judge is crazy. Now, he would get in trouble under other codes that have to do with being an attorney in the state of Idaho, but he would not get in trouble for saying that he thinks the judge is crazy under this gag order, basically. So there's no consistency with all of it. It's just kind of a mess. So the judge is going to end up ruling later. And then there's the second part of the hearing, which is where all the media is like, hey, we want this gag order lifted. But so the attorney's up there, Shannon Gray goes up and he's telling his side of the story here. This is Shannon Gray right here. The judge is over here, prosecutor table, Bryan Kohberger, his defense attorneys, and Taylor. He talks a lot. They let him talk a lot because it's his motion, so he gets to say the most. But what I wanted for you guys to hear is the end. So the judge is saying, I have to take a drink. Give me 1 second.
Same, Delana. I'm a little behind on today too.
Okay, so the judge is basically saying, well, no, because your clients are potential witnesses, that they can't go out spreading the word to the world on information that we don't want, that the court doesn't want out there, that the prosecution doesn't want out there. So Shannon comes back and says, well, hey, that gets rid of my First Amendment right. It gets rid of their First Amendment right to free speech. We should be able to talk about what you want. And Delana, exactly, Dr. Pepper to the rescue. And being a potential witness should not take away our First Amendment right to free speech. And the judge says, well, if they're going to be a witness, then the information shouldn't go out. So he comes back with the fact that they don't have a gag order. So they can still go out and say whatever the hell they want. So then Shannon Gray says the prosecution isn't even sharing information with the Gonsalveses for them to be able to go out and say anything. So he puts out to the judge that they don't actually know any special information because the prosecution's not talking to them. This gets the prosecutor a little unhappy. And I think what the prosecutor has to say is important. So I just want to find that real quick here.
Oh, yes.
And it really kind of, and by no means am I ever going to say anything bad about the Gonsalveses, but it tells you the perspective of what these people have about this family, and it's going to be hard for them to overcome that.
Court. Mr. Gray has made
Hear it okay or no?
It might be just court.
It's really bad audio from Court TV. Or I think it's just from the Court TV.
Is actually going to be.
Can you hear it?
Arguing on the motions themselves, but as attorneys, we have a duty of candor to the court. Mr. Gray has made representations to the court that at best are misleading. and in many ways simply untrue. And I need to correct them for the record. The media is here. I do not want the public to come away with the impression that improprieties have occurred. First, Mr. Gray, on behalf of his clients, has propounded a number of questions to our office as investigators. We have answered the ones that we can. We have not shared ones that we are concerned that Mr. Gray or his clients would make public and compromise the integrity of the investigation.
Did you hear that? Did you hear what he said? He said, we have not shared. So that Gray has come to them with massive amounts of questions. They have answered the ones that they could, and they have not answered the ones that they fear that Mr. Gray and the Gonsalveses would repeat, basically. Let me play it again. It's a very important. It's very quiet, but it's a very important statement.
I do not want the public.
Here, hold on. Go back just a little bit more. Oh.
Gray has made representations to the court that at best are misleading and in many ways simply untrue. And I need to correct them for the record. The media is here. I do not want the public to come away with the impression that improprieties have occurred. First, Mr. Gray, on behalf of his clients, has propounded a number of questions to our office as investigators. We have answered the ones that we can. We have not shared ones that we are concerned that Mr. Gray or his clients would make public and compromise the integrity of the investigation. For him to say that
the ones that we have concerns would jeopardize the integrity of the investigation by sharing it with Mr. Gray and the Gonsalveses. That was a little tough for you're muted, honey. What happened to Judge Marshall? Yeah, no more Judge Marshall. This is the new judge. He was the judge at the arraignment. And he misspoke and said the names of the girls wrong, and the families were like not happy. So at the beginning of this hearing, he actually takes a moment to apologize, one, for the loss of their children, and two, for mispronouncing their names. And I do believe when he says that, he actually mispronounces Xana's name again. I don't know for sure. I'd have to go back and listen because the audio is not the greatest.
Yeah.
What do you think of that? That's tough. Huh? I was like, that was a personal shot.
That it's completely aimed at them. It no doubt is, and when they are the only ones continuously speaking out about it.
Yeah, I don't know. He didn't seem too bad of a judge yet to me. I don't think we've got to see him enough.
Right, exactly.
He seemed like he was at least more comfortable because, like, when Shannon Gray was talking about, like, they said that he says the Gonsalveses want to go say that, the judge in this case is crazy. And he's like, I would, of course, advise against that. The judge is like, well, thank you. Like, and he was just using it as an example of, like, how things could go. Not that they actually think the judge is crazy, but they don't. And the Gonsalves attorney, Shannon Gray, does not like Marshall at all. So I think he feels like he's going to have a better chance in front of this judge. We'll see.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm going to play a little bit more of it because there's another couple. The other prosecutor guy comes up and talks, and then there's the defense guy that comes up and talks, and there's a couple other comments that are made. So I'll stop them when they happen.
He provided no information is simply not true. Secondly, he claims that law enforcement has not interviewed his clients, that somehow that is the investigator's fault. In fact, from the very beginning, the investigator.
Sorry. So he's saying that Shannon Gray had said, how are my clients witnesses when they've never even been interviewed to be a witness? The only time they've ever actually met with the prosecutor was so that we could get an update on the case. Like they can't be a witness. They've never even been interviewed. Nobody can ask them any questions because nobody's ever talked to them. You're still muted. I love Andrea Burkhart. Yep.
Yeah, same. She's amazing.
Was she there today? Oh, I haven't seen her. She's so fair. Yeah. She said he seems fair so far. He keeps cameras in courtrooms. I do. I like Andrea Burkhart. I'm glad that she ended up starting her own channel because she was not really, and she still does a lot of Twitter anyway, but she was kind of just a guest on some other law tubes, and then she ended up starting her own channel, which I was so glad she did because I actually really like her.
Yeah, she's awesome. Like, she's relatable in so many ways, and she just another one breaks it down so that we get it, we can understand.
Oh, yeah, Charlie, I do not think that Bryan Kohberger is going to take a plea deal. No, I just don't. Unless once they get all the discovery, which they, in my opinion, do not have yet, I think that would be the only way that he would even consider it, going, yeah, they totally got me. But somebody brought up last week, too, that if he did take a plea, it would be an Alford plea. And now, will the judge even allow that? Probably not. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, who cares? I think there should be cameras in the courtroom.
Right? Yeah, no, right.
My other thing is, if you're going to remove cameras, remove them for these types of proceedings.
Yes.
Because they keep, this is the same crap that happened with Lori's. Like they say, like, it taints the jury pool. It taints the jury pool. Okay, well, now when it comes to trial, you got your jury.
Right.
There's no reason we can't see it. You ain't tainting nothing.
Exactly.
But I'm concerned that Boyce is going to do that with Chad's too. He's going to make it so that we can't watch it. But we'll see, because Pryor always did actually he wanted cameras. He never fought against them. Okay, so I'm going to play this a little bit more.
Have attempted to interview his clients, and Mr. Gray has not permitted it. So just for the record, I want to make sure that's clear. Thank you, Your Honor.
If I can speak to
Your
that,
attorney will not let
you'll
you.
be able to come back in after you hear the other argument. Thank you. Mr. Redden, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. In State v. Spencer, the Idaho Supreme Court noted that it is also the duty of the prosecutor to ensure the right to a fair and impartial trial. Under the dictates of Shepard v. Maxwell, the court has the duty to take affirmative steps to address the impacts that intense pretrial publicity can have on a case. As noted in Shepard, Nebraska Press Association versus Stewart, and their progeny, an order like the one in this case is an appropriate measure for addressing that duty of the court. As Mr. Boston's experts have noted, attorneys often have information about a case that may not be appropriate for dissemination in the press. Additionally, attorneys carry a greater weight when dealing
I have to stop at Missy's comment. Are you talking about this prosecutor? This prosecutor is going to be on the case too. And I thought the same thing when I was listening. I'm like, that's going to be on 2 times speed. If I have to listen to it like the West trial, that would be a disaster. Because, yeah, he's so just monotonous and just has no lively nothing. Yeah. No, I know. I felt so bad that I thought that, but then you said it, and I'm like, that's exactly how I felt. I'm like, there's just no oomph. There's no nothing for this. Like,
everything is like literally drug out like that.
television.
Yep.
For instance, what might be easier for the parties to address is a juror that says, I've seen coverage on the case, but I don't always trust what I've seen on TV, and I can set that aside. What's more difficult is a juror that says, I've seen attorneys for the prosecution, attorneys for the defense, or attorneys for the victims on television talking about a critical aspect of the case. In the matter of Gentile versus State Bar of Nevada, that case involved an attorney who held one press conference in 1991 after the indictment of his client. In this case, Mr. Graves repeatedly issued statements and been on television. At minimum, it's insincere to argue that he's feeling bound by the order when it's clearly not abided by. In Gentile, the court noted that the speech of attorneys is subject to less substantial, or it can be regulated by less substantial means. In this case, as we've shown by the
No, he
affidavit,
says
we
something
filed,
important, but I don't know where it
the
is.
Gonzalez families
Fast
are
forward.
potential witnesses in a trial, or more specifically, at sentencing. The order in this case is not vague, overbroad, unduly restrictive, or not narrowly drawn. It precludes all extrajudicial statements of the attorneys in this case, attorneys for the witnesses, victims, law enforcement, and investigators. The order addresses, if the court were to apply strict scrutiny, the order addresses a substantial likelihood that pretrial publicity poses to the integrity of the judicial system, and is tailored to ensure that the rights to a fair trial are upheld. As we briefed in the case of Levine, the alternatives such as sequestration of the jury or changing a venue aren't going to mitigate the impacts of statements, extrajudicial statements in this case, and are unlikely to do so. Thus, the state contends that the order is an appropriate measure of the court to uphold its duty under Shepard, Nebraska Press Association, and the like to preserve the right to a fair and impartial trial. At a minimum, Mr. Gray's statements that he's not bound by trial publicity rules or 3.6 in this case illustrate why the order of the court is necessary in this matter. And
there it was. Did you guys hear what he just said? Or was everybody just like tuned out? That's the whole point of why I wanted to play his thing. Hold on, let me put it back to normal speed.
Mr. Gray's statements that he's not bound by trial publicity rules or 3.6 in this case illustrate why the order of the court is necessary in this matter.
You see that? Did you hear it? So he says that basically the way that Shannon Gray presents his lack of knowing what the rules are is proof that that's why he has to be gagged.
Yep.
That was I put it up to 1.5 because man he has not a good voice for trial attorney. I know it's so bad. He's probably the nicest guy in the whole world. He's probably just so sweet, and I know I'm not trying to make fun of him, but it's it's going to be really hard. I totally thought that, and then I didn't want to be mean and say it, and then somebody else said it, and then I'm like, okay, it's not me, it's true.
We know whose fault it is now.
He totally says again. He's like that Shannon Gray needs to be gagged because he doesn't even understand what his role is. Like,
pretty much.
They just keep getting digs at this family. Okay, so now I'm gonna fast forward a little bit to the other attorney because he also makes some digs at them, and I don't want to listen to this guy anymore. So
yeah,
I was like, man, so now you've got the prosecutor, the head prosecutor. That's who came up and talked first, and then you got the prosecutor who's going to be doing a lot of this trial, and then you have the defense attorneys. Like, and I know that this is Shannon Gray's motion, so obviously they are supposed to be talking, about him. Hold on, did I go too fast? I think I did. I went too far. I mean,
look at Missy. I love her.
You see, you think he's light in the eyes? I'll say it. Somebody said that he does. He looks like who said that? That he looks like Lipnicki.
Like
Here
him?
it is. Yeah, Jonathan Lipnicki.
Oh yeah. Oh. Crappy Chris, say TNT.
He needs a voice coach. He needs to be able to tell a story. A prosecutor has to be able to be engaging and tell the story. That's why Michael Allen did such a great job.
Yes, they have to understand how to interact with that jury. They have to understand how to read that jury the best they can, and understand that not everybody sees things literally through their, and that's how they have to literally fight their case.
Right. Missy, you're not the asshole. You agreed with me, so that must mean that we're on the side of good, not evil.
Or Theresa was the first asshole and then you were the second one. Just let
I'm feeling that way. I think a lot of 6-year-old single ladies out there would like the judge. I don't disagree with you, TNT. I do not disagree with you there. He's got some nice skin. He doesn't have a bunch of, he's not too wrinkly.
Mm-hmm.
And he seems to have a pretty good sense of humor.
Yeah.
He's a very, very distinguished looking judge. He doesn't have Judge Werner's voice though.
I was about to say, it's so hard to come off of Werner, man. That guy is just a pure gem in life.
You have jury duty on the 13th, and hopefully it's in his courtroom. That would be really badass.
But that's she's funny.
Okay, and then Delana says, "I'm the third." See, now that we all agree on it, we're on the side of it. Good.
Yeah.
I think a lot has already been said.
So this is the defense attorney.
So I guess I'll just touch on a couple of things. In terms of the argument that the victims' families are not involved in the litigation of this case and therefore don't fall in 3.6, would be our position that if you have statutory and constitutional rights involved in this case, you're involved in the litigation. Regardless of whether or not the prosecution is willing to work closely with you or whatever issue you have there, the reality is if you have literal rights that permit you certain things that are involved in this case, you're involved in litigation. And therefore you fall within 3.6 just like everyone else. Second, the standard from Gentile is the substantial likelihood of material prejudice. I don't want to get too much into that, Judge. I think that's kind of this afternoon's argument. I think the main thing before the court, as far as Mr. Gray and the family, is just does it fall within this, and then the court to decide what is appropriate. But I would note that given the vast amount of media coverage in this case, and the fact that it seems like no matter what anybody says or does, in one way, shape, or form, it will be twisted into an attack on my client. We also agree that at this point, the safest thing to do is for everyone to just not be talking to the media and allow statements to be made here, where we all get a chance to speak. The media gets all that information. If they still choose to do what it is they've been doing, then that's on them. But we don't have somebody just trying to whip the media into a frenzy and send this case to honorary squad.
So he talks about trying to whip the media into a frenzy, like that's not fair, and it's really pointed at this family, obviously, because obviously this, once again, the motion is about the family and mostly about the attorney of the family, but they're all pretty much under the same consensus of like, stop talking, just be quiet and let us get this done correctly.
Yeah.
Well, so they haven't even interviewed my clients. Well, what he comes up and says is that we've tried to interview the family and the attorney won't let us. Why would you not let them be? Why would you not want them to be interviewed? You don't want them to be interviewed because then they can be witnesses and they can be questioned. So ultimately what's going to happen is this is a death penalty case, which means that the families would end up having to testify. That's really how a death penalty case kind of goes. If you go back to like Lori Vallow and you look at like Kay and Larry and the whole thing that happened at the beginning of that, and how Larry, weren't going to let Larry in the courtroom because he was a witness, but he was technically only a witness on the list for the death penalty phase. So he was no longer a witness for the regular hearing. So then it just became about Kay. And so these guys would technically end up being witnesses if the prosecution is going for the death penalty. But there's obviously a major disconnect because the prosecutor does not trust, the prosecution team does not trust that this family is going to be quiet. He specifically said, we will not answer questions that we are concerned that they will go out and ruin the investigation or ruin the prosecutorial, have prosecutorial misconduct. Well, that was the whole thing. It was, is Shannon and the Gonsalveses part of that? Yeah, major disconnect. Nobody in this courtroom wants this family in particular to talk. But the judge even says, hey, they're not gagged. you're gagged. And I think TNT said it earlier. One of the things that the judge said to Shannon Gray was like, you're on the news, you're on social media all the time talking. Like you're not even really gagged.
You're not even really gagged.
So I'll finish this.
So that's our main concern. The only other thing that I wanted to address, and the court addressed this a little bit, the reason we stand silent with grand jury indictments is because there's an old arcane rule that says that if you have a grand jury indictment and you enter a plea, you are accepting the validity of the indictment. I've seen prosecutors try to use that in a long time, but we can avoid any possible claims that somehow we can't challenge anything with the indictment by simply standing silent after the court. So, just so that everybody's clear, that's why. Does the court have any questions for me?
I don't think so, but thank you for that additional education.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gray, it's your motion, so you can respond to what.
So Shannon Gray's going to come back up and talk, but Delina, yes. So I tend to think that all the families have more knowledge, obviously, than we do. I'm not sure if this family in particular has any more information from law enforcement or the prosecution, or if they just have more information because they did so much of their own investigation at the beginning of this, that they can't, like, that's the information they have. That's what I wonder. Aaron, you know what? I don't disagree. I understood their plight before when we were all very concerned that there was that they were not going to be able to find out who did it. Like, it didn't seem like they were on the right path, and the pressers were a disaster, and even those pre-recorded things that Fry was putting out, like, were so fake and just weird. And I was totally for, like, the family saying whatever the hell they wanted to. Now that they've got him, I think that there really needs to be a united, some unity between this prosecution team and all of these families. That's kind of where I fall. I think that there's a big difference from the before to the now. But now there's just, like, so much animosity, I don't think that there can be.
Yes. It's become now about sides and teams, and instead of there being two, it's like there's three now.
Shannon was he wearing tennis? I'm pretty sure he's wearing tennis shoes. Yeah, I want justice for their kids too, and I totally do. And I mean, I have my judgments on every single one of the family members, plus my lack of judgments on every single one of the family members, because it doesn't change the fact that they're all still victims of this, or I don't know how you refer to them, because they're not technically the victims. The victims are the kids, but they're the ones that are left suffering the loss,
Yeah, that's their children. I mean, my goodness, I outside of the actual victims, they come, I mean, they're right there. Who else is going to suffer from this? It would be them. They're absolutely, it's heartbreaking. It's just absolutely heartbreaking. It's a crazy position for any family to be in. And again, there's 4 victims here, 4 different families, 4 different ways of being, 4 different ways of just going about things. And maybe Steve and his family genuinely feel in their heart that they're the voice of this, versus maybe putting out I don't know if it's I don't know, but whether it be misinformation or just his viewpoint of maybe something that he's seen or was told or whatnot. But I now feel like there's just 3 sides now, and it's kind of shitty.
But there's 3 other kids, and that's kind of the issue. So they do a lot of talking for Kaylee and Maddie, and I get their relationship, and I also get that this family, they are more proactive. They are more, as Steve would put, like, he didn't want to be the alpha. He is an alpha. That's just part of his personality. And if you look, and like True Crime Pieces, like, Ethan's family wants no part of any of it. But then I go to, like, how does Ethan's family say that they won't even be at the trial? Like, jurors want to see the family at the trial and if you want justice, but then like the mom said, so that's why I said I have my judgments for everybody involved, but then I'm not them. And nor would I ever in my whole life ever want to be them, or I would have to decide which one I would rather be like. So
and it just goes to show you that, look, we do, right? There are 4 victims here, 4 families, and look how different they are. You, like you said, you have Ethan's family who just, they do not, it just seems to me Ethan's family knows how they want to process this, and they don't want to do it in front of the world. They almost want to just cherish Ethan and maybe even try to disconnect from the actual horrific moment that had happened to their child. Like,
right. And
maybe somewhere they have to remove themselves, you know?
Yeah, they're all very, very different.
Yes.
All very, very different personalities, all very, very different ways of dealing with it. And then we look at it like, well, this is what we would do. And then we kind of gravitate more towards the personality of what we think we would do. And then we're more judgmental about the other ones.
Yeah.
I actually would probably be, I don't know. I would probably be probably a lot like Steve. But the problem is I would also want the information. And I think that Steve has to be smarter if he wants to be included in the circle. This is like a Meet the Fockers kind of thing. You want the circle of trust, you kind of just have to play along, and you got to just, find your P's and Q's. You can't be the alpha because somebody else has to be.
I absolutely understand where he's coming from, but I totally agree. It's just going to create more tension between the two when, if anything, they need to come together. And at some point, it's already happened. Will eventually it ends up being them against the prosecution, and then it's going to be the war of information. Okay, the family putting out something, and then they got to come out and either debunk it or it's just going to be this constant, and it just makes it more chaotic and crazy for something that already is very, very complex. We have 4 victims.
Yep. I would not be able to be like the Chapins and say I'm not going to the trial.
Same. But I definitely know people that have been through something very, very similar, and they opted completely out of it. They just wanted to remember their son. In the Harry Potter movie, I'm not big into Harry Potter, but that's how they wanted to remember their son at the end of the Harry Potter movie. So they wanted nothing to do with the trial. They didn't even go to the funeral. They had something set up for the family, but they didn't themselves. Their little family did not go. They have just completely mourned this child on their own, in their own way, and they don't even speak of what happened to him, and they don't tend to none of it. And that'd be very hard for me.
Emily, you can't sit here and say I might not go depending on the evidence. You mean that you possibly wouldn't go? I think that because I was confused by that. I can't sit here and say I might not go. Like, would you, like, there's a possibility you wouldn't go? Xana's dad has important info as well. The lock of the door. Reasonable doubt if Xana was scared of someone else, or the reason for the lock change. When did Kaylee move out? Why did she? Yeah, I agree with all your things that you're saying. They're going to have to question these families. They're going to have to know what was happening beforehand. And I can't imagine that Olivia, Kaylee's sister, would not be a huge witness to things when she was the one that was contacting neighbors for ring camera footage, and she was the one that was talking about that she was the first to find the Twitch footage of the food truck. I mean, unless she doesn't unless she doesn't turn it over to the cops, or the cops already had it and they didn't give it to her and she found it too. Ethan's brother. How are Hunter and Maisie not going to have to testify when their vehicle became part of the crime scene?
That whole 911 call moment, when that plays out at trial, we are all going to be holding on to literally the edge of our seats. Just,
Oh, Meep, I would not. Yeah, no, I wouldn't either. I would probably be like Landon from the Stauch case. I would be more like her, where I would be there as much as I could be and make sure that I was standing there and he would see me, but I would not be able to see that stuff of my own, especially, I couldn't even imagine of my own children. Hi, we are Cody's voice.
Wait, did I hear you say that? Hello.
So you need to tell Cody's Voice that you have an email out, no?
Yeah, but we are Cody's Voice. Were you once A for advocate?
No, it's that. No, it was the other one.
It is the other one? Okay. Because that's not the email I have.
Isn't
We
Cody's
are Cody's Voice. If I drop an email to you, would you be able to reach out to me, or could you drop your email?
Yeah, I couldn't see that from my own chat. Oh, I have an echo?
That might be me, too. It's my body.
Oh. Yeah, all of the people will be called. Well, they'll all be on the witness list.
Oh, yeah, they're all going to have to be called. They're all going to be up there.
I mean, does it mean that they're going to be called? Obviously not. Is there a reason we haven't heard the 911 call yet? Delina, that's actually funny that you bring that up. TNT and I were actually talking about this the other day, and I don't know. I think that there's a reason that we haven't heard it. I think that there's probably people on it they do not want us to hear. That's my opinion. I honestly have no clue. It doesn't make sense. Listen, why haven't we heard the 911 call for Summer Wells?
Yes. We are Cody's Voice. I'm going to drop my email, okay, babe?
Let me go back over here real quick so I can get something. Give me 1 second, you guys. Sorry. I gotta look for something real quick. Maybe I need to look for it if I can actually find where to search. I'm so not a good Gmail person.
I'm terrible, too. Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Yes, they won't give us anything. Or they wouldn't. I mean, I did it a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, and they wouldn't give me anything. It depends on how bad the defense needs them. They think carefully about throwing victims' families on the stand unless they need to. Right. But my point, the prosecutor is going to put all of these people on there regardless. And I know that the trial is set for October. I just cannot imagine that this trial is actually going to happen in October. If this happens, it's going to be freaking crazy if it does.
It is. It is.
Yeah, I believe kids were all over that house before 911 was even called. Well, that's a big controversy everywhere is when did people find out and how long before the 911 call were people called over to this house and were told what happened?
Everything about that moment bothers me. Everything about the call bothers me.
Okay, so We Are Cody's Voice put their email in here too. So I forwarded your email to Michele, and then she responded to you, but thinks that maybe her email address maybe threw you for a loop. Because I'm not sure if you knew, I actually was off for a little while. My dad passed away, so I wasn't really around doing much of anything. So.
Okay, we're gonna get all caught up.
Christy said that Jack D was being interviewed from around 1:30 to 2 p.m. until nighttime. So we need to see that picture of Jack D walking up the house to get a timestamp. Did you send an email? Did you send an email to the Argonaut yet and see if they will actually give you when that picture was taken? Obviously, we don't know if that was really him or not. You guys seen this picture? Let me pull it up for you so you guys know what I'm talking about. Let me pull up this picture. Here it is. It was from the Argonaut on November 13th. And I think it's Jack. But this was posted, the original article was posted. Hold on, I got a cough. Okay, you did. Okay. Here, I actually have it up right here. So they posted this article, the Argonaut, which is like the school newspaper. They posted this and they did a bunch of updates. So I don't know when this actual picture was taken. The first update was, okay, I think I should probably backtrack. So one of the things that I was talking about with Lana from Truth and Transparency was that Olivia, Kaylee's sister, said that she was like watching the news or looked at the news and saw that the roommates were being interviewed, and we couldn't figure out where did she see that at. So we were kind of digging through some stuff, and we came across this, and it does say, so the initial post was at 2:10, and it talks about that the MPD received a call at 11:58 reporting the homicide. According to the campus division, blah, blah. Barrett said that the roommates and individuals in the area are currently being interviewed. So that's at 2:10, right? So Christy comes out and says during her interview with Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia, they're talking about what time they got the call from their niece. Are you muted, Michele? I'll make sure it's not me. Okay. They got that they received a call from her niece, and there was like this whole weird thing about this time discrepancy on when this call came in about the football games and whatnot. So remember I was saying earlier that Christy called in and was talking with the Drunk Turkey Show. She's clarifying and saying that she looked at her phone logs, and that her niece called her at 1:32 p.m. and that they had tried calling Maddie, and that they had been trying to call Jack. Remember, she says this on the Chronicles of Olivia interview. And then but Jack was being interviewed. Obviously, Maddie was a victim, which they found out later, and that Jack was being interviewed. So what time is this, and is this Jack? Because if this is Jack, he's not being interviewed into the night. He's right here walking. So that's kind of where I'm at. I saw they had another video today. The Drunk Turkey Show had another video today, and I have not been able to watch it yet. So I'm going to have to watch that when I'm done with this. But anyway, so this is kind of what we were talking about, and why, what does this mean? Why is Jack not answering the phone? Why isn't Jack talking to them? Saying Jack went to police station, was there all day, and didn't have his phone because they took it. Oh, you mean you wish Jack answered the phone at like the 2:30 and 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning calls? Yeah. Hi, Shay.
Hi, Shay, baby.
Saying Jack went to the police station and was there all day. Well, they're not just letting any rando walk up here. And maybe it's not Jack, or maybe it's not Jack D. I don't know. I guess time will tell. But I'll watch that after and see.
Oh, I definitely want to catch that too with Christy on it.
Does it not look like it looks just like Jack D? It's like his the way he dresses, the shoes, the hat.
Yep. Like yep. It's his clothing. It's his whole.
Yeah, and then they're only going to let the people who need to be right here be right here. They're not going to let anybody else be right there.
Yep.
So yeah, there you go. Jack could have been another victim if he'd answered the phone, then went over to see her. That's also very possible.
Yes. I can't remember exactly. Where does Jack D live around in this vicinity anywhere? Like, would he have a reason?
But so right here we're turning. This is actually Queen. This is the whole thing. The thing about where the house was actually located. This is Queen Street. The street that runs this way is a dead end, and it's actually King Street, and Jack lived at the end of King Street. So he lived, I'm like pointing, but it's like over there.
Right. So he would have to.
So Rainbow Mom, that was the best comment ever.
Yes.
Okay, so let me finish this real quick, so then that way we can work on.
Right, Shay, I'm still in my question phase too.
What the heck?
I guess the first thing I would want to address is the prosecution's idea that I haven't allowed our clients to speak with the investigators. You'll realize that the date of the incident, I wasn't retained on this case until close to December 5th, which will be more than 3 weeks after the incident occurred. And they still have made no contact as far as investigating and interviewing the victim's families. So somehow that I precluded that in some way is just is just not true, Your Honor. And as far as scheduling those things, I'll just leave it at that. The second part is everyone is quoting a Gentile case. The Gentile case is exactly like all of the other cases. It says over and over, it has to be a lawyer participating in the judicial proceedings. It has to be a lawyer who represents a defendant involved with the criminal justice system, a lawyer actively participating in trial, a lawyer who's participating before the courts can only be limited if he's participating.
This is Shannon Gray, the family attorney.
None of it applies to me.
It seems like you're in the court right now.
Because you're the one that brought me in here because of the non-dissemination.
You brought yourself.
Yeah, well,
you're the one who filed the motion.
I did file the motion because the non-dissemination order is unconstitutional.
I'm just trying to clarify what you just said.
Well, this will probably be the only time I'm allowed because I won't have the authority to file any other motions on anything else in this case.
Why would you say that?
Well, because I'm not a party to the case.
You can still, I mean, the media is not a party of the case either.
Once again,
well, the Supreme Court has said they have standing to come into the court and address issues. So
yeah, but that's completely separate. They're not.
Well, I know it's separate.
Okay, so
I also respect your position in representing the family's victim's family, and I respect that. And there are some constitutional issues, rights that they have. So I'm not just dismissing that.
And the mere fact that you have a right, I'm absolutely positive that the Idaho legislature, the Constitution, when they gave victims rights, didn't think that was implementing those victims into the trial in some way. Absolutely positive that wasn't the intention of it.
Totally agree with that.
So this idea that if you have rights, then you're involved is just beyond. That being said, Your Honor, nothing precluded the prosecution from contacting my clients well before I was representing them. I had almost 3 weeks to contact them. I think, don't mark me on this, I think I was retained on December 5th. I think that was the day. I don't have my file in front of me, but it will hold me to it. But I think that was the day. So they had plenty of time to contact my clients and interview them if they were going to be potential witnesses in this case. And since then, every time we have had a meeting, we have initiated that conversation. It hasn't been the prosecution initiating that conversation.
So are you saying since you have been representing your clients that the prosecutor or investigators have not asked for interviews?
I would say this. In the meetings that I have had with the prosecution's office, I have asked, as part of that, whether interviewing my clients might be an issue.
He's so damn argumentative.
Yes.
Like, I don't know why he thinks this judge is going to do any. The judge asked a simple question. Are you saying that the prosecutors have not reached out and asked for an interview? And he's like, this is what I'll say, Judge. No, it's a yes or no. Yeah, they have or they haven't. Like,
right. You're not on an interview. You're in the courtroom. You're arguing your case. And you could tell he's already kind of like he's shaky, he's bouncy, he's dropping things. You could tell he's just not, I don't know.
Well, I think that he's already probably nervous enough as it is because he's probably looking for more than just representing like insolvency at this point.
Would they like to do that in some way? I've offered that up in some way, and they've never taken us up on it. And maybe a random email here and there that says something and no follow-up whatsoever about it. So this idea that they are going to be witnesses in this case is just an attempt by the prosecution to shut them up as well as to shut me up. And by the way, people completely forget about this. All of the information that has been disseminated to the public from the get-go was the mayor, Art Betke. Chief Fry had interviews. Bill Thompson had interviews. The coroner had interviews. All of those people had interviews.
We didn't until we started getting information and started trying to figure out what was going on after they had given interview after interview after interview. That was the purpose of the judge issuing the non-dissemination order, is to quiet them up, not quiet the victims up. They had no control over that investigation from the get-go.
Well, that order was a stipulation.
He's just trashing the prosecution team. And I'm not, here's the thing. I don't think he's wrong. They did do a lot of interviews, and we were all like, why are they doing so many interviews? And, but he is, I don't know how you're going to build any type of relationship to get this information when it's so contentious.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's supposed to be your team, sir. Like, that is, you guys are supposed to be on the same side. You know the defense is eating this up, though, because the fact that there is animosity between the prosecutor and a victim's family bodes well for them. Because that means that when they are called as victims or as witnesses and as the victims' families, the jury is going to feel that animosity and wonder why the family and the prosecutors aren't bonded. This is not good in the overall scheme of things. The coroner did an interview. The coroner did like 3 interviews.
Yes, it's becoming about sides, and the sides that are supposed to be together are now drifted apart with all this tension in between it. It's going to make it even more rockier for the jury when they have to see it in that light, and they will feel all of it.
And he's saying like, well, and the family didn't do any interviews. That's not true.
Yeah.
That is 100% not true. He may want to go back and look and see what the family did. And not that I'm upset that the family did the interviews. Like I said, I think they had the right to be able to say like, hey, you know, we are the victims here. Our daughter was the victim here. But I don't know. This is just kind of nuts. And I do not think this judge appreciates him. And Shannon Gray just said it himself. They want to shut the family up and they want to shut me up. And the judge is probably, I guarantee, probably thinking, yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah. Exactly me.
That's state and Mr. Kohberger.
That's the other thing, though, is that the court, after that Zoom meeting, Judge Marshall incorrectly said that was stipulated by all parties. I never stipulated to that. I emailed the
You're
judge.
not a party.
Exactly right. I'm not involved in the
The
case.
stipulation was between the parties. Since
So,
you correctly stated who the parties are.
so we would
I
ask.
agree, but you were suggesting that it was entered to shut down the prosecutor's office.
Why would they?
That's what you just said.
I do think that part of the that was part of the process, is that they understood that their investigation was getting out of hand. Too many people were talking in their investigation, and that's why they stipulated to it. Yes, I do.
Okay, when you say they, you mean the prosecutor's
Yes.
office.
Yes.
All right.
Do you want me to give you a final, or do you?
Go fight
Okay.
it. Yeah. You go.
We're not a party to the case. You're very aware of that. I have the right to repeat what my clients say to the media. I also have an independent right governed by the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct regarding those individual rights versus my own opinions. But those opinions, I don't firmly believe, would fall under the publicity rule on the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct, because I'm not litigating it or party to litigation. And the reason those things are in place are because people that have real privy information regarding the prosecution and the defense, which I don't, which my clients don't in any way, it shouldn't apply, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Green. All right. Well, I'm not going to issue a decision today. I'm going to issue a written decision. There is a lot of briefing, and I heard some very interesting argument today. And I'll get that to work and try to get a decision out as soon as possible. So, anything else we need to address before I adjourn? Mr. Thompson?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
Ms. Taylor? Mr. Watkins?
We thought you'd probably want to issue an order to wait, but I guess we're just wondering if in the meantime, the order as it is remains in place.
Yes.
Thank you, Jay.
It remains in place until I address it. So
He's like, yes, it stays the same until I tell you it is not the same. Like that's it. That's how it goes. So anyway, I just thought that I was so floored when I listened to this. I was like, I cannot believe this is actually happening. This isn't going to go well. This is not good for them. Yeah, no Sperry's. Is that where the missing Sperry's are? Is Shannon Gray has them? He has the missing Sperry's.
Got the missing Sperry's.
So that's today, and like he said, he's gonna issue a written decision later on. He's not gonna make a decision today.
I like him though. I like him.
You like the judge?
I do. He's chill.
He is super chill.
He is. He's very chill. He's very chill. Very chill. And it's good for a person like that, because a person like that seems to argue and he likes to try and yoke in a sense. And that judge was he was not being yanked, yoked in any way, shape, or form, like just not having it. I like him.
No, I think that at the beginning, like I said, we did not play the whole thing. So if you guys want to watch it here, I'll drop the link right now so you guys can, and I'll put it in the description later too.
Yeah, Vanessa, he's growling. Yeah, he's growling.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of liked him. I liked he was a little bit snarky. I can tell you, I don't think he's going to let the attorneys in trial get away with shit. And I liked that. Because they will try to get away with that. And he's going to be like, yeah, no, So we'll see. We'll see. This is only the second time we've really ever seen him. So
this is true. This is true.
He just wasn't going to give them too much. No. He wasn't going with Shannon like, hey, oh yeah, poor Shannon Gray. We took away your First Amendment right. Judge is going to say guilty.
Yes, judge is going to say guilty.
I just don't know what the Gonsalveses are doing, honestly. I mean, Christy, you want to reach out, tell me what's going on? Go ahead. Or tell the Drunk Turkey Show, or tell somebody, because this doesn't make sense. Fighting with the prosecution at this time, it just doesn't make sense.
And again, we can only imagine where they're coming from and all this. We're just trying to take ourselves, like you, and putting us inside of this nightmare that this family's going through, and that they're being, that they're at the forefront of the media with it. And in the beginning, I absolutely understood it. I just think, like you said, T, now it's just a very bad time to show any divide, split, whatever. It's just not, I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
it's a very complex case.
It's a really good point. The Gonsalveses do want to, they want to sue. They want to sue Moscow PD. They want to sue the prosecutor. They want to sue everybody. The problem with that is still going to be there's no verdict. You're not going to get anywhere yet with any of that. And then you're going to have to prove that they did something wrong. And just because this goes back to how we even talk about like true crime. If you don't like the way the system works, you have to change the system. You can't hold the people who follow the system accountable for it because they're just doing their job. Yep. You got to go all the way back. Right. And you got to change without making the people. Yeah. Yep. Hell yeah, sue them all. That's my Yeah, Idaho's going to be broke. Yeah, no kidding. Yep. Freaking Idaho. And there's no way they're going to let this trial stay here. I just can't imagine they're going to let the trial stay in Moscow. Like, that's not going to happen. They'll tweak the gag order. I think so, too. Well, the Gonsalveses aren't under a gag order. Just their attorney is. I mean, their gag order makes no sense anyway for any of them, but whatever. I'm like this. It just shows you that this case is going to be
crazy.
It's going to be a big trial.
Yeah,
it's going to be a very big trial.
Huge.
So, what is your opinion on what the ruling will be on both of today's cases? I think the gag order will stay in place. I do think it will be tweaked to say more of what they were talking about at the beginning of like, this is what can be done, this is what can't be done. I ultimately don't think it's going to matter if they allow the Gonsalveses and Shannon Gray to talk, because at this point, I think it's pretty clear the prosecutors are not telling them anything. Yeah. They're not going to tell this family anything. They don't want them to know anything because they're concerned about what's going to be leaked to the public if they do know. So they won't answer their questions. So I think that they'll probably tweak it and they'll probably say, you know what, let the guy go. He's causing more than anything. Let him go talk, or if there is something that is privileged information that he is given access to, then he has to keep that as privilege.
Yeah. It kind of sucks when you think about it because the prosecution already has enough work to do, and that adds another layer on to what, like every time this happens, or a little piece, they're gonna have to handle that in some way, and then it's just like taking on another task of just this alone, let alone everything with the case itself.
Well, no, they're potential witnesses is how it was being depicted by Shannon, and he wanted clarity. Well, whether they're going to be witnesses or not, there's no witness list yet, so they can't do that. But I think that you could easily say, we're going to put them on the witness list. Whether we're ever going to call them or not isn't going to matter. So the prosecution can just say, yeah, we're putting them on the witness list. That's how it's going to go. And then end it. It's done. I don't know. The whole thing needs to stop. That's my point. So, all right. Any other thoughts on Idaho? And the other one with media. Media is not going to get anything. Media is not going to get anything more than what they're getting right now.
Yep.
Media wants more, but there's no more to give them. Not until there's more hearings and things like that. There might be statements that are made, but there's nothing else to give the media right now. If the media wants cameras in the courtroom, that's going to be up to the judge regardless. I mean,
now it's
from
just
what I'm hearing, this judge lets cameras in the courtroom.
Yeah. If the media takes anything now, it's just going to be stretching of what they already have, and we don't need any more exaggeration. We don't need any more of the things that we already have. Brian's like him.
Yeah, I'm done with the Bryans and the Chris's. No more Bryans and Chris's.
A lot of them out there.
What do they want to say that they aren't saying? I don't think that there's anything. I mean, I don't think there's anything imperative.
Who's they? T&T.
Gonsalves. Like, what is this? Why do they want this gag order done? High Crime Curious, welcome back. Why did Banfield sources get all secret and shut up? Well, I think that the Banfield sources ran dry. Because remember, I think that they're part of the sources are part of this gag order. So there is no more info to give to Banfield because they're not allowed to have the information anymore.
They don't have it anymore. They wouldn't get it. Yeah.
This is ATS News. That is exactly what I think. They think by releasing this gag order, it's going to allow them to get more information. It's just not. And I get that they want all the information. I absolutely get that. But they're not going to get it. And you're not going to get it this way. So.
Hey, Tim. Hey, Elizabeth.
I think so too, but I don't think that LE has anything else. I think that the prosecutors are doing everything with their own investigators now, and I don't think that LE has much else to leak. I think they basically took all that away from, it was probably local LE, and I think that's gone. I don't think they're including them in much of anything. That's my thought. Now, could I be wrong? Yeah. They basically want discovery. They're not getting it. So they need to let that go. All right. What else do we have on here? What else is on the agenda for this evening? Let's see. Oh, Adam Montgomery. We kind of talked a little bit about Adam Montgomery.
Yeah.
And
then the
Madeline Kingsbury.
Why do I not have her name? I just did.
Yeah. You're talking about Madeline?
Missing Minnesota mom at Madeline. You want to?
Let me see. Hold on. She haven't asked a question. How do you think these media gag orders will set precedent for future trials? I think they're very much the same. I think there's already precedent enough, and it really ends up being one with the state and the two with the discretion of the judge. And then when the attorneys agree, it makes things a lot easier for the judge. But there's so many compromises now. I mean, we learned that even just this year in the trials. Like, we watched Leticia Stauch's trial via webcams, and then we listened via only audio to the West trial. And then for the Vallow Daybell, there's no cameras in the courtroom, and then news outlets had to pay for the audio. So all three very, very different situations, but we ultimately got all the information. So they know that we have a right as the public, and especially the taxpayers have the right to hear the evidence and to be a part of it. There needs to become just a point where for the actual trial, there's a camera there. And every time this argument comes up, it comes up because it's swaying the public into, biasing a jury pool. So stop putting cameras in at the beginning and start giving us the audios and the tweets or the whatever the heck you want to give us, and keep the cameras in the courtroom where it doesn't even become an issue.
Boom.
That's my thought.
Yeah, perfect.
But you also have the issue when it comes to, and don't get me wrong, because I really like how Court TV and Law and Crime stream the trials, but you have the issue that they have these cameras that can zoom in and they can zoom out, and they can pay more attention to one person than they do to the other person, which creates some biases in the media. So as much as Leticia Stauch's trial kind of sucked because of the way that the camera was set up at the beginning, it was actually a very fair way to do it, because you couldn't, it wasn't just focused on Leticia's face the whole time, where you're just constantly judging and creating the media frenzy. And it also wasn't just focused on Landon, and it wasn't just focused on Al. So to me, I thought that was actually a very, very fair way to do it, especially when they did angle it where we could actually see the TV in the witness stand. So that's my thought. Stop putting cameras in there for all these pretrial motions. This is what creates the spectacle. How many people do you think would have listened to today if it hadn't been recorded? If you had to listen to it like you did the West trial, how many people would have listened? That's my thought. But then, if you don't hear it yourself, then you have to count on the media to give you the account of it, and then you have to hope that it's accurate. And we all know that mainstream media isn't the best way to get your news.
I would take silence versus getting everything in one shot in that way. If like what you're saying, we can hold all the beginning stuff, and then you give us what we need from trial, because that's where all the facts and everything's coming out right anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take all the whatever in the beginnings. I don't keep it to yourself. Fine. We sleuth and we try to figure out things any old way, or we're taking something that we know that the media exaggerated, or it's just not true, and either we're trying to clear it up ourselves. Either way, we're still digging. We're still sleuthing. Like, I think Theresa put it perfectly. That's exactly how it should be. Exactly.
I was the judge.
Mm-hmm. Be the judge everywhere.
Yeah, Daybell didn't get as much, or Vallow. I like to call her Vallow just because he's Daybell to me. But yeah, I don't think it did. I don't think it gained as much interest. But if you have reporters like a Nate Eaton or a Justin Lum who are actually sitting in there and tweeting the as it's going on, there isn't the chance of as much bias as an edited version that comes out on Court TV later or News Nation later. You know what I mean? You get more of this is what's happening, because they have to kind of tell you in real time. And I don't think it's as...
They don't even have time to create any extra emotion vibe in there at all. It's just, here, this is what we just got.
Well, I don't disagree. I don't know what the issue with having the cameras in the court for the actual trial would be. I can deal with the gag as long as we get cams in trial. Absolutely.
Yes.
I don't think that there's anything that we need to know right now. Right. I think there's things that we want to know right now, but I do not believe there's anything that we need to know right now.
Totally agree. So,
and I'm just a person, so I can only imagine the judge is going to be like, yeah, you guys don't get to know crap about crap.
Yeah.
Right, sitting in the same courtroom and in pretrial hearings that were not on WebEx and then watching the news, apples and dragon fruit, that's very different. Very, very different. But that's why I like when they're like tweeting it live.
Yeah.
Well, I think that they sensationalize what they hear later. it becomes a bigger deal later or when it's turned over, because most reporters that are in the courtroom aren't the ones that are actually going out and reporting it. They're giving that information to the newsroom, and then the newsroom writes it up and gives it to the news anchor, who then has the face of an Ashley Banfield, who did none of the research herself, never sat in the flipping courtroom, hasn't probably done that in years, and then here you go.
And she just gets to present it no matter what's behind it. Never
Yeah.
done that before.
My opinion, if you commit a crime and you go to trial, there should be cameras in the courtroom, because if you're innocent, you would want to prove that. I agree. I agree. And not to say that there aren't people who are convicted that I believe are innocent, and we're actually going to talk about one of those here soon. Okay, so we still have a couple cases to cover. So quickly, Adam Montgomery was found guilty on all of his weapons charges. The trial was like 4 days. The fifth day was literally the verdict being read. The only reason, like I said before, I wasn't even going to watch this trial, because to me it just wasn't that important. There was a couple things that I did. There was a couple things that happened during the trial that I was like, okay, this could actually end up working in the Harmony timeline. And the biggest thing I ended up walking away with was why certain people didn't actually testify. Where's Ish?
Where's Ish? Where's what's his name? Give me a second.
Night, TNT. See you later.
Good night, babes. Good night.
He's grading the lawyer's knowledge. Yes, good job. What's the other guy's name? Why did these people not testify? Did they not testify because they're going to be major witnesses at the other trial? Or are they just not testifying?
Would that even matter though? Like,
I don't know. That's what the only reason I was like, wait a minute.
Like his brother, remember Mike had came out originally, and he when he'd given the interview. Now I don't know if it was because it was in the same interview with the news. It was like a 2-minute clip, and it was in the very, very beginning with Harmony, and he comes on to talk about Harmony, and then about 4 or 5 months later, he comes on and he backs up the whole gun situation, and then he backs up Uncle Kevin's thing with Harmony having the black eye.
Right.
So I was just curious why Mike wasn't called either. Like, it was just.
Well, because they were very clear they could not talk about anything that had to do with the Harmony stuff.
Couldn't be anything Harmony.
So, but I'm still just concerned on. And then Kayla, I did not find to be the greatest witness. And Kayla is supposed to be their, star witness for the Harmony case. Now, does it matter? Because now Sleuth Mom told us he does have the same attorneys. Is that even going to matter?
The problem is, it's just they were all so messed up back then. And with Kayla being, the star witness here, that's the first thing she makes a point when she goes to answer a question. Like, I was extremely messed up back then. It was very chaotic back then. Like, that's kind of been the beginning part of every one of her answers. So we already know where this is going. Like,
what a disaster of witnesses when half of them were all on drugs at the time, and you still can't, as a defense attorney, you still can't break down what they're saying. You can't prove anything they've said wrong. You have a lot of them are in recovery, so God bless them. But at the time they were not. You still can't break through and prove that these people are liars.
They're reminding her of things. They're checking her, like she's trying to get out the version of this, and they're like, "No, ma'am, no." Like, no.
I did not get it. All right, hold on. Let me get to.
Oh, I see him and I shake.
Do you really?
Just like, you want to talk about a disgusting human being? That's it right there. I believe he did. I believe he beat that baby all over the house, just like he told his uncle. Absolutely.
I do, but then you go to the whole. These people were not. They're not living a life that needed to have children in it at all.
At all.
And so I know I'm going to totally go down this rabbit hole, and I don't want to stay here for very long because I know we have a bunch of stuff to talk about, and the dogs are starting to wrestle already. CPS gave Harmony to this man who was on drugs and said, this is a better home than the loving home of the two men that have her little brother.
Mm-hmm. as they grant him custody within the same 4 days.
Keep going. I'm going to get these dogs out of here.
Within those 4 days is when Massachusetts was requesting more information from New Hampshire or vice versa. And they're trying to communicate through email, and then judge grants Adam custody. And his thing is he wasn't given all the up-to-date information. So he based his ruling off of Adam's prior history. Like that was any better? That was horrific too. But there was all of this lack of communication between literally everybody. We have 2 different CPS agencies trying to communicate. I've never in my life, outside of Oakley's case, have never seen a baby drugged through the system so bad to then turn around and be given to the literal her monstrous father, just who he never wanted any time with her. He made it a point to have some time with her. What in the world? Everything you suggested for this man to do to get this baby, he did not do. And within a matter of 4 days, boom, in his hands.
So this is where I struggle. So yes, obviously he did it, and he's not a good dude.
No.
But you had so many people around that knew. Yep. And CPS doesn't even have any, they have no follow-up with the fact that she goes to another state. They're just like, yep, okay, that one's totally taken care of.
This man has so much.
Knows that he's freaking missing.
Yep. He has tons of domestic violence. He has tons of aggravated assaults. This man does not know how to keep his hands to himself. He has shot a man in the face over drugs. And this was before Harmony was born, right before Harmony was born. All these things were noted. So when the judge says he didn't have the up-to-date file on Harmony, doesn't matter. You had the up-to-date file on Adam. And that baby should have never went there. There was no home study done. It was requested. They went out there, but they didn't actually perform it. I don't even know what in the world was happening in this entire situation, because they were out there 3 times. They made a stupid little report, but there's nothing in the reports.
Yep.
Outside of them laying eyes on Harmony outside of the car in the driveway. That was it. And then still noted that she had red marks all over her face. It's just.
Well, not Harmony's mom. At that point, Harmony's mom was not included in anything anymore. Yeah. So she had the kids taken away from her because of her own drug addiction. Yes. And then
because Adam was in jail when Harmony was born, and Crystal gave birth to Harmony. It only took a matter of a few months, and I think Harmony was already in the system, and that was pretty much her life. She was in foster home. She found one that she settled in for a while. That's where a lot of these pictures that we see actually come from, that Crystal posts. They're not actually from Crystal. They're from the foster mom. And I know Crystal's gotten her life together now, and I think that's amazing. But even at that time, there is paperwork where she signed stating that this man was a good father, that it was okay for Harmony to go there. This was after he already beat you. He beat you while you were pregnant with her. And again, Harmony, the baby, paid for it all. She paid for it all. Little things, her glasses drooped so down on her nose. Yeah, she at some point got glasses, but she didn't get glasses that fit her properly. So she was always struggling with all the little things that she was born with in life that she had already was trying to overcome as being a little girl. Could you imagine, like, it's one thing when it's your mother, and that's already horrific. Could you imagine a grown man, your father, who's supposed to love you and protect you, and he is using you, literally, and it's literally like his punching bag, literally. I look at that little girl, I see those little glasses, and I just cannot imagine what this man did to her. And the fact that Kayla sat back, I don't care if you're clean now. I don't care. If that baby's not here, I don't care. You watch that happen, and if not, you're a part of it, and it's all the same to me anyway at this point.
Well, and then she lied. She lied to the grand jury and was like, "No, we don't know anything. Nothing. We got nothing."
Yeah.
I
made it a point to talk to Adam's father while she was in jail, and wanted him to tell Adam, "Don't worry about me. I'll never snitch. I'll never say anything about that situation," or whatever she said. She cared more about getting the message back to him. Like he was like a little lover boy between like 4 different women, and Crystal was one of them. She might have been maybe the first, and that's how she ended up pregnant with Harmony first. And then they were back together again. So I mean, I don't see anybody in Harmony's life that did the right thing when they were supposed to. Thank you, Uncle Kevin, for speaking up later, but should have spoke up then.
Well, I think he tried to.
He could have tried, but for me, he could have tried.
Yeah,
harder.
no, that's why I'm like, it's just so sad. I just
How do you
can't
see that
imagine.
baby with a black eye and just be like, okay, I'm going to just make a phone call today? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Lex, we just finished with Kohberger. Now we're talking about Adam Montgomery. So I'm just gonna play where he gets his charges read and his verdict. So
Sorry, guys. Harmony gets me, that little girl.
No, same. I love that little girl.
Yeah, like she's our
guy.
Person, please stand. Madam Foreperson, it's the court's understanding that the jury has reached a verdict in this matter.
Yes.
As to charge ID 2008742C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of armed career criminal as it relates to the shotgun, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say, Madam Foreperson, that the defendant is guilty?
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? As to charge ID 2008743C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of armed career criminal as it relates to the rifle, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say, Madam Foreperson, that the defendant is guilty.
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
As to charge ID 1964101C, charging the defendant with the crime of receiving stolen property as it relates to the shotgun, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that the defendant is guilty, Madam Foreperson.
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
And as to charge ID 1964100C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of receiving stolen property as it relates to the rifle, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that the defendant is guilty, Madam Foreperson?
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
And on charge ID 1964099C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of theft by unauthorized taking as it relates to the shotgun, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that the defendant is guilty, Madam Foreperson?
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
And as to charge ID 1964098C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of theft by unauthorized taking as it relates to the rifle, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Madam Foreperson.
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to have the alternate.
So now he will be considered a career criminal because of how many charges and how many felony charges he's had. This one, I'm not even. I'm not sold that he did or didn't steal these guns. He probably did. I mean, besides the point to me, this was a charge that I actually thought they would end up dropping. So they arrested him because they wanted information on Harmony. It was, you know how we go through this so many times in so many different cases of like how the judge or the law enforcement will arrest them because they want to get the information, but then they'll end up dropping the original charges and then they'll charge them with that they actually wanted to charge them with to begin with. So I was surprised this one actually went through. I thought they'd let it go. And I also thought that the defense, this is why I'm like really concerned. I guess I shouldn't be concerned. Concerned's not the right word.
Let it happen.
You know what I'm saying? Let it happen. Yeah. But he's got really crappy attorneys. These guys couldn't get him off on these gun charges, which I'm telling you right now should have been really, really easy to be able to prove that these drug dealers were lying and that they were all in cahoots together. And he's not the one who actually took the guns.
Yes.
The house that he took the guns from, the guy Chris was gone, and the wife Kim was high.
Yep. And for all we know, it is very, 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 very plausible that Kim got high or needed to get high and sold those guns herself or did whatever.
The guns.
It left it too open to just put it on to Adam.
We'll sell these so we can get some more drugs. Because when the report was filed that all this stuff was stolen, there was like 6 different things that were stolen. And ultimately, she had pawned the other ones for drugs. This should have been a very easy win for the defense, in my opinion.
I agree.
To show, like, dude, like, no, you were high. Do you remember? You remember everything? You were high. Like, you were passed out. How do you, like, which one is it? You were either high and hanging out with Adam, or you were passed out.
They say it for her. They say it for her. They say it for her. They're like, I don't remember. I don't know. I was very high at the time.
Right. So the only reason, so this is what gets me, and this is where I should say I am concerned. Did they follow through with these charges because they are concerned that they do not have the evidence in the Harmony case? And they wanted a conviction either way, because I'm telling you, this just did not, this seemed like one that they would just walk back. Or do they just really hate Adam so much that they're just like, you, and we're going to charge you with anything and everything we can?
I mean, I'm not mad about it. If that's what they want to do, please feel free. Absolutely. Yes.
So he's pretty much done as it is. But I still think that I want to know what happened to Harmony. Yeah. I mean, I think I know what happened to Harmony, but I want to know what happened to Harmony.
No, I want to see 12 people come to the conclusion that we all know anyway, that secret that he tried to keep and scare people with and all that type of shit. No, let that get put out there. Let your face be out there for that charge. Mm-hmm. Stolen guns, he gets to just look like that dude in jail. No, get your face up there. Get your friggin' and let Harmony get her justice. No, put his ass out there. He needs no. That baby deserves that. He's
now a career criminal. So I mean, he's got so many felonies that that's why I'm like, he's done anyway.
Oh, yeah. He's so done.
But I just, how do we know that they're going to have the evidence for Harmony, and how do they not pin it on Kayla?
Well,
I'm telling you, why would you not?
She's going to be which is not that's a mess right there. I don't even know how that's going to hold. I don't know how they think that's going to hold. That's why
She lied in front of the grand jury. She is a liar. She is a confirmed and charged perjurer. I mean, she is a liar.
You are a proven liar. You are a factual liar.
Legal liar.
Yes.
So why would we believe that your story is accurate when you have nothing to prove it? What if you did it?
Right. How would we know any different? We wouldn't know any different. Just because Uncle Kevin said that it happened to be Adam that day. Well, we don't know what you did in the days leading up to it either.
We don't know who was doing what all the time.
Exactly. And there's no way. She wasn't hiding in a corner while Harmony was getting beat. I'm sorry. She wasn't.
Shay, no, I did not put him on the list. That's why I was at the beginning of this. I know you weren't here for that, but at the beginning I was like, there's so many case updates, and yes, there's new information on Daniel Robinson. I did not add. It was one that I did not add because I hadn't already talked about him on this channel, so I didn't add him to case updates because I don't have case history. That makes sense.
We didn't start our case file yet for him.
Right.
Add to it.
So yeah, there's just so many updates to go through. And that's why I was like, this was my kid's last week of school. There was some graduations going on over on Michele's side. So I mean, like this week was kind of hard to try to throw some more lives in there. She's like, "Yeah, we're doing a live tomorrow." I'm like, "I just can't." She's like, "Good, thank gosh, I can't either." Like there's no way. So
I think we're both functioning off of 3 hours of sleep. It's okay. We're here.
There's gonna be some more time coming up where hopefully we'll be able to actually put some more of these put them together by themselves and spend some more time discussing each and every one of them. We're not just doing one night of 500 hours, Yeah, there's a lot. So I do want to cover that at some point. It was one that I had talked about prior.
It's a very good case, though.
They wanted to put him away for something, but I think they thought he would tell where Harmony was, and he didn't. This guy's never going to tell them. No. Mm-mm.
You see in his interviews, he will talk about everything. He will not even go there. He won't. Mm-hmm. Nope. He says, "Don't talk to me," and he shuts it right down.
So we'll see what happens. He is scheduled in August, along with like 500 other trials, and it's supposed to be televised, or streamed, or whatever you want to call it. So we'll be able to watch it, hopefully. And if I know anybody will be streaming it, it'll be Sleuth Mom.
Yes.
Unless she picks another one to stream. Oh no, we'll have to find out. She probably already went to bed. Sleuth Mom, which one are you going to stream? So Boone is at the end of July. it could go into the same time frame, but right now we've got Shannon Ryan from the Leila Cavett case is in August. Night MK, thank you for coming.
Oh, good night, MK. Have a good night.
There's like 3 in August. Why am I not thinking clearly?
Oh,
So,
Lily Peters. Excuse me.
Lily Peter with
Lily.
Carson Berger. Berger. Dang it. Hold on. I'll just pull it up.
And then we get Amari in September for your birthday.
We get Amari in September. Oh, August. Larry Maletti.
Oh, yeah. Oh, how could we forget him?
Yeah. So, and that should be televised too.
Mm-hmm. That'll be a good one. Anyway. I'll be glued to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just don't think that she shouldn't have freedom. And she should definitely never be around her children again, in my opinion.
No.
These are not like, this isn't like, oh, I kind of screwed up and I crashed the car into the telephone pole because I was high. This is, oh, my husband beat the shit out of my stepdaughter, killed her, and then we covered it up for however long, and I helped him cover it up.
Yeah. And until I realized
you're going to play the abused spouse because look, obviously he's abusive, or you're just part of it. I don't know. I'm like, this is a kid. This is a kid.
Yeah.
She's just a little baby.
She's a baby.
Sarah Booth's probably going to be very interesting. I may talk about it, but I know Jen Lou's going to cover that.
Yes.
So I know she'll have that one under control for us.
Exactly me.
Okay, and then so another one that we had barely started talking about, only because Mallory from over on Allegedly with Brittany and Mallory told me to look into this case. So of course I'm like, fine, I'll look into this case. So I start looking into the case, and then they find her, and I'm like, well, thanks, Mallory. So Madeline Kingsbury. Let me pull up her info. Somewhere in here. Here it is. Have you guys followed Madeline Kingsbury? They get mad when you say that. Whatever. That's just silly. You kill somebody's kid, or let somebody's kid get killed right in front of you. You don't do shit about it. You can F off in my book.
Literally. Yep. In every possible way. Yeah. That's what we're here for. We are supposed to protect our babies and all the babies. These kids.
Oh, sorry. I got that.
Exactly.
My throat just doesn't want to stop. She knew how to find the dealer.
Mm-hmm.
You might take a vacation during the Sarah Boone case. I have been keeping up on updates of Abby Choi case too. What they did to Abby was Abby Choi. Why does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
Delia, tell me more.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah, Delia, give us something.
Sounds familiar, but I'm not. It's not coming up with me. It's not coming up. Ooh, Queen, did you really? I cannot believe that Kelly Brandon has been missing that long. And nothing. Night Shift Sister. I like that. How did you get your font like that? I want cool font.
I know.
On
Punksy gets her little, like, it's not the regular emoji that goes next to her name, but she's got the little, what is it, like a safety pin or a paper clip next to her name? But do you see how she has it laid out? How do you do that? Like, I'm like, I
don't know.
I can't do that.
Not savvy apparently, but I like this because it's like it's almost like Night Stalkery type of like font, but it's like Night Shift Sister.
Night Shift Sister. Take it.
Saving all your vacay time for the Delphi trial.
Oh, there she goes.
I would really like to go to the Idaho trial.
That would be awesome. Yeah. That would be a hard one. You want to talk about sitting through evidence? That would be hard to.
What? Okay, I'm gonna look her up just real quick so I can see her face. Because sometimes if I see the face, I can.
I pulled her up, but there's a lot to it. If you want to maybe find a shorter article.
No, it's not ringing a bell.
Yeah, once you see the face, you're gonna.
No, I see her face and it's not ringing a bell. The name actually rings more of a bell, but no. No, I'm gonna have to look into it. I don't. Yeah, I need a font changer.
She was. I don't even know if we're allowed to say the word on here, but she was diced and whatnot by her ex-husband. She was a model from Hong Kong.
Well, that's why I don't really know how to cover the business case, because like I don't. Okay. Yeah, really bad. Mallory doesn't have her own. She's on allegedly with Brittany's. They do allegedly with Brittany and Mal. Somebody could drop that link though. That'd be great. I appreciate
I actually think Delana just did too.
Oh, did she?
Literally.
Okay.
Yep. I just
We're both cool fonts. She was providing for her ex's family, and they murdered her when she was going to sell her condo they were living in. Wow. The cardiologist that got charged with 10 SA cases? No. Is that the lady who the in-laws like oh gosh, was that Chandler Hall? No, what case was that? Why can't I think of the case that the guy did that to his mom and dad, and they walked in and the head was in the pot on the stove? And Diane's like, oh, now I remember her. Tell me a little bit more about all the things that they did to her. Oh God.
Right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh jeez. This is the story about it. Okay. Hold on, I need to come over here first so I can actually grab that link.
Oh, we see you, Shay.
Diane, you want to go to the Idaho trial? I'd love to go to the Idaho trial.
I would do
I think it's going to be such a circus, though. I wonder how they're actually going to do it. Joel Guy Jr., Crime Curious. Yes! Him. Thank you. Why is that link not coming up for me? Where'd it go? There it is. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to throw it in my watch later.
And Diane said, sure, Tate.
I'm like, I don't know. The kids will all be in school, and then my husband's going to be like, I'm going to drive the kids to school. I don't want to do all that by myself.
I need dinner.
I need dinner. Okay, I threw that in my queue, so I have it for later. Yeah, Joel Guy Jr. That was who it was, and yeah, because his parents were telling him that he needed to like live on his own and take care of himself, and so he killed them, cooked them. Yeah.
Well, now you're definitely gonna have to do that, buddy.
Then there's Kevin Bacon and the guy who killed him, and he cut off his
bacon thing, right? I only remember it because of that.
Cut off his junk and then ate him.
What do you need to eat it for? I already don't understand the cutting it, but okay.
They ate the balls.
Yeah, what was the need for that? You just woke up that day and was like, hey, I'm going to cut this off and I'm going to just swallow it.
I mean, you got to think like these people really ate his bacon. Oh, I know.
I mean, I understood.
Jen Lou and I were going to cover that case, and I'm like, Jen, I don't think I can. Because like,
Jen's gonna have to do all the talking.
Well, then Jen's like, I can't say. I'm gonna say all the bad stuff. And I'm like, I'm gonna say all the bad stuff. Yeah. And like, this guy doesn't deserve any of that. He doesn't deserve that. But I know what I'm gonna say, and it's inappropriate, and I can't do it. She's like, stop! I haven't had dinner yet. I know. You can't cover it with us either. Somebody with a little bit more tact has to, because I'm like, God, there's so many bad jokes that are going to go with that. Good, thank God that guy actually took a plea, and so his trial was done. Oh, that baby, she had a chance with the sleuth of addicts. Yeah, poor little Harmony. Okay, so I've got that in my queue. Let's go over here, and I will pull up Madeline Kingsbury. So she went missing. There's been like this huge custody fight for the kids between her husband and her family. It wasn't her husband. I don't think they actually were married. Well, they were married.
I thought it said that's right.
And there was like a whole thing that he didn't have rights to the kids. He had no custodial rights to her children or to his children because of the way that the laws in Minnesota work. So she's been missing for a couple of months now, and they literally just found her and arrested him. So I'm going to play some of this, and then we're going to go through the affidavit. I might just have to pull it up. Give me a second.
Missy, yeah, you definitely would.
Should get kicked off YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She'd make up some really funny stuff with that case, boy.
That's all. Like, if it was a fake story, like, we could have some fun. But the fact that it's a real story, it's grotesque, and like this person's a human being and probably was a very nice guy.
Yeah.
You know,
Like,
and
look, we can't get it out in 5 minutes. We can't do it. Like, it's impossible.
A shame killing by her father. Oh, is that the Choi one?
For some reason, that's why I remember that with her name more than anything.
The Abby Choi one?
Yeah, the shame killing.
Like, but his family did it. No, her family did it.
I don't know. If this case talked about the same one, that's how I remembered it.
Okay, so there's 2 press conferences on the Madeline Kingsbury story. This one was yesterday, and then there's another one from today. So I'm going to play the first one, and then I'm going to read through the affidavit, and then I'll play the second one. Sound good? Okay.
Bonnie Bowman, I'm a public
Tell me you can
information
hear.
officer for the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. We have been assisting
Well,
with
low.
in investigating this case.
She's a little low.
Today you'll hear from Winona Police Chief Tom Williams, Fillmore County Sheriff
I think it's her.
Amanda George, and BCA Special Agent in Charge Michele Fresconi. We will have time for questions after they give their.
Can you hear it though?
However, I do want to let you know that as
It's
of
just
today,
very low.
Comment on any charges or
Get up close and put it all the way up.
I'm Winona Police
think it's
Chief
just
Tom
her.
Williams.
He's better.
We're here today to announce that human remains were found yesterday in Fillmore County. This morning, the Southern Minnesota Regional Medical Examiner's Office performed an autopsy. Law enforcement has confirmed the remains are those of Madeline Kingsbury. Unfortunately, while this discovery is not what we were hoping for, we are thankful to be able to bring Maddie home to her family. Her body was found by a Fillmore County investigator on a remote stretch of road off Highway 43 north of Mabel at approximately 1:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon. Digital evidence collected by investigators led us to this area. It should be noted that the location of Maddie's body was off a low-maintenance public roadway and was not property owned by the Fravel family or any of their relatives. The area had been previously searched, but Maddie's body was covered and concealed in such a manner that she was not visible. To say the least, the last 69 days have been frustrating, full of heartache and pain for the family, law enforcement, and the community. But during this time, the family never gave up. Law enforcement never gave up. The community never gave up. We want to recognize that the support from volunteers, public safety professionals, and all the media outlets were instrumental in keeping the blue light shining in order to bring Maddie home. We have said that we will hold anyone involved in Madeline's disappearance accountable, and we are here to tell you that we will hold steadfast on that commitment. We are asking everyone to respect the family's privacy and allow them the time to grieve and mourn the loss of Maddie.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John DeGeorge. I'm the Fillmore County Sheriff. On behalf of the Fillmore County Sheriff's Office, we offer our deepest condolences to the family of Madeline Kingsbury. As Chief Williams stated, this is not the outcome we had hoped for, but we are grateful to help bring the search for Madeline to a close. After the conclusion of the large-scale searches led by law enforcement, Fillmore County Sheriff's Office investigators and deputies have continued to search specific areas and follow up on investigative leads on a daily basis. Hundreds of tips have come in to our team from many different sources, and each one of them was thoroughly explored. We are thankful for the partnership and the professionalism of the Winona Police Department, the Winona County Sheriff's Office, the Minnesota BCA, and all of the other supporting agencies. I am proud of our team of investigators and deputies who have kept focused and stayed committed and determined throughout this investigation. Our focus now is to continue to assist the Winona Police Department with every resource available to us to ensure that an accurate and complete investigation is prepared. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michele. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. We want to express our gratitude for the incredible partnership that has been allowed by this team to successfully find Maddie. The Winona Police Department invited the BCA to help with this case from day one. And since that, every homicide agent throughout the state has helped investigate this case. We want to also acknowledge that the forensic scientists and the analysts who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes through mountains of evidence to generate leads. We are grateful for the more than 450 tips that have been sent to us. Law enforcement had evaluated each one of them and followed up in as many leads as possible. It's this kind of collaborative effort that brought us here today, able to bring closure to Maddie's family. Thank you.
Would there have been enough evidence to arrest Adam Frable if Maddie's body had not been found?
Unfortunately, I can't comment to that aspect. That would be a charging decision by the prosecution.
Where was Adam arrested and when you arrested?
Adam was arrested at a residence in Mabel, and yes, he was arrested without incident.
What led to Adam's arrest? Why was he arrested?
It was a probable cause arrest that we felt we had enough evidence to make a probable cause referral.
Can you tell us any more about that?
Not at this time.
Do you believe that Maddie's body was in the same place this entire time, or had it potentially been moved at some point?
I can't comment on that.
Do you have a preliminary cause of death?
Not at this time. That was one of the reasons for the delay.
Any other questions? Can you tell us more about the digital evidence that led you there?
We actually, to be specific on the digital evidence, no, we've had mountains of digital evidence that's related to phone data as well as computer data.
Do you think the crime occurred in Winona County or Vermont?
I can't comment on that. That'll be a charging decision by the prosecution.
And why second-degree murder and not first-degree murder?
Again, I can't comment on charging decisions. As Bonnie had stated early on, we will not comment on any charging decisions.
Do you believe anybody has helped Adam Frable?
Still under investigation, and I'm not willing to comment on that.
Can you describe what concealed and covered means?
She was in a wooded area off of a gravel road. That's all I'm prepared to say.
You said that there was a delayed cause of manner of death. Are they able to determine that?
Again, I can't comment on that. That would have to come from the medical examiner's office.
You said Maddie's body was found in a public area, but you mentioned that it was not found on any landfill by Bell or Bell. How close is the property for Bell's property or Bell's residence property where Maddie was found?
The Frable property is within the same area of Fillmore County. I would say within several minutes of where this is. And I think that's about as specific as we want to get.
And can you just reiterate how the body was found yesterday afternoon?
An investigator was following up on
The reporters don't have mics, so you can't hear what they're saying. I'll kind of cover a little bit of it when we're done.
Specifically, I can't tell you how thoroughly that area has been looked at. What I can tell you is that we have searched with volunteer teams and with law enforcement in that general area, as well as most of the rest of that part of the county. But as indicated earlier, there were efforts made to conceal the location of the body, and it was not visible from the roadway.
Was it something that if you could walk right by this and then not see it, if there were searchers there, was it something that required very close inspection?
I don't think that we're prepared to comment on that right now.
Sure, we talked to you up there about the emotion of focus has been on all of law enforcement. Could you talk about that moment yesterday around 1:30 when your deputy called in? What was that moment like for all of us?
Well, our focus always remains on the job at hand. So our focus is always going to be, and was in that case, what do we need to do next? We certainly recognize that this is emotional, and it is for us as well as everyone else, but priority number one is we've got a job to do and maintain professionalism.
You mentioned that the remains were found at 1:30. What time was Adam Frable arrested?
I think he was arrested, I would say later in the afternoon. I don't know that off the top of my head. Sorry, Chief. 5:20.
By police officers or sheriffs?
Sheriff's deputies.
What was his demeanor like when you took him in custody?
I don't think we're prepared to comment on that right now. It went without incident.
Was the deputy alone or was it part of the team?
No, the deputy was not alone. He was with other deputies.
To clarify, do you mean during the arrest or during the search?
During the search, during the search, the investigator that found Maddie was by himself.
Do you need to know a special prosecutor was brought in to kind of help with this case? What's his role going to be moving forward?
Yeah, no, that is really low. Okay, so I'll kind of give you a little recap. So basically, the first questions are a lot about the charging document, and one, why he was arrested for second-degree murder. The second press conference that happened today does answer that question. So in the state of Minnesota, I do that because I'm freaking Mallory from Minnesota. They have to have an indictment by a grand jury to charge somebody with first-degree murder. So they don't have the indictment by a grand jury. So currently he is charged with second-degree murder. The other questions have a lot to do with the area that she was ultimately found in had been searched. It had been searched by other investigators. It had been searched by local people. It had been searched and nobody found her. So they keep talking about how was she actually put into this area? What did it look like when she was found? Because it's kind of confusing that people had actually been searching in this area and she hadn't been found. I nailed it, in Minnesota. So that's really what they're kind of talking about right now. I think that really kind of covers most of what they end up talking about anyway, because the rest of it, he just basically says, I can't answer that. I can't answer that. I can't answer that. So we'll go through the document because I think it will actually answer a lot of the questions that the journalists are asking anyway. And it will probably help kind of set the scene for you guys. So give me a second. Yeah, they just missed it. They just missed it.
Just missed it. Hey, Carol, freaking claws.
And then when they were able to actually get some of the digital evidence back, it helped them with like finding more of a specific location. So it's on or about March 31st, 2023 in Winona County, Minnesota, Adam Taylor, I'm going to say his name wrong, Fravel, caused the death of a human being without intent to affect the death of any person while committing or attempting to commit a felony offense other than criminal sexual conduct in the first or second degree with force or violence or drive-by shooting. So basically what this is that he's charged with second degree, means that they're not saying that he intentionally killed her. It could have been an act that was done and then ultimately did kill her. So it's basically an illegal act that's done, but the intention wasn't to kill her. Now, if he ends up being indicted by a grand jury, they can up it to first-degree murder. So they just have to present that evidence. Oh, Shay, thank you. I missed you too. So here's the information on what actually happened and why they ended up arresting him. It's pretty detailed too. On March 31st, 2023, at approximately 8:20 p.m., the Winona Police Department was contacted by a person who identified herself as a friend of Madeline Jane Kingsbury, born June 1st, 1996. Which is really sad because then her birthday was while she was still missing, and then her dad does like this whole thing, and Michele was like sending it to me. It was like super sad. And her sister is like all over TikTok and advocating for her and was advocating to find her because they were all searching for her. So the friend reported to police that she was concerned with the health and safety of Madeline. According to the friend, Madeline had not attempted to contact or communicate with her throughout the day, which the friend indicated was unusual. The friend was concerned and had gone to Madeline's residence, saw that her minivan was in the driveway, and knocked on the door, and no one responded. So the backstory is that day, or that she had gone with Adam to drop off. Oh, I got a little person who just came in and wanted a hug. Sorry, I got a little distracted. I'll show you guys what her dad said for her birthday. You can, yeah. Give me 1 second.
Give me food.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to wait just a minute. I can't really help you with that. I'm kind of busy. Okay, well, go tell him. Okay, well, hold on.
Little one come in? Think so.
Okay, well, good. Yeah, he's right here. Give me just 1 second,
Right?
you guys.
He's the cutest. Absolutely the cutest. They need their mama. Yes, Vanessa. Yes. To have that friend that is just constantly checking up on you, that just in case you didn't talk to family or, something little funny went down, there's always that person that you talk to every day, and if you don't, they will come check up on you. Sure. They are the friends.
Okay, sorry. I think he's going through like a major growth spurt or something because the kid every 5 minutes just wants more food. That kid is well fed. Do not get me wrong. But it's like constantly, and it's like he literally eats like 3 breakfasts, 2 lunches, dinner, like 3 desserts. I'm like, Jesus, criminy kid.
He's prepping for football season.
I don't know. I'm just like, jeez, I don't even know where you're putting all this. So anyway, so he's like, he won't give me food. I'm like, probably because he just freaking fed you, and now you want something else. Okay, so where was I?
He does have the cutest little voice, right?
He does have a very cute little voice, and I try to just soak it all up because it's the last little voice I
That's
got.
it, girl. Yep.
I know.
Take all that in.
So they both took the kids to daycare, and then he supposedly took her van and was running quote unquote errands, and then she just went missing. Gosh, I'm like, man, stop! You guys are gonna eat us out of house and home. And I have a teenage boy who already like eats everything in the world. Okay, so Madeline. Okay, so she went to Madeline's residence, saw her minivan in the driveway, and knocked on the door, and no one responded. The friend also told police that she was aware that Madeline was having issues with her significant other, who also lived at the residence. The friend identified the significant other as Adam Fravel. Winona police officers met the friend at Madeline's residence, located in Winona, Minnesota. An officer knocked on the door of the residence and looked in the windows. No one responded, and the officer did not see anyone inside. Shortly thereafter, officers spoke with Madeline's father on the telephone and learned that her family had also not had contact with her that day. The father reported that it was uncharacteristic for Madeline to not have contact with family members or friends. The police officer ended up speaking with Adam by telephone, and according to him, he had not heard from Madeline since early in the morning, that she was supposed to pick up their children at their Winona daycare after she finished working, but she did not. He stated that he picked up the children at the daycare and took them to his parents' residence in Mabel, Minnesota. Later that evening, officers were able to conduct a welfare check inside the Winona residence and determined that no one was inside the residence. The investigators spoke with the children's daycare provider, who confirmed that both Madeline and Adam were present when they dropped their children off at daycare on the morning of March 31st, 2023, at approximately 8:05 a.m. The daycare provider also stated that Adam was alone when he picked up the children at the end of the day. On April 1st, 2023, law enforcement investigators obtained a search warrant for Madeline and Adam's residence in Winona. The interior of the residence was cluttered, but there did not appear to be overt signs of a struggle. During the search, law enforcement officers located what investigators later determined to be Madeline's cell phone, her jacket, and her purse inside the residence. Investigators also located a laptop computer that investigators later determined Madeline used to work from home. Investigators later obtained access to the cell phone databases. It was determined that a text message was sent from the cell phone to Madeline's sister on March 31st, 2023 at 8:15 a.m. They noted that there was no subsequent text messages or phone calls sent from Madeline's phone. Investigators had a follow-up conversation with Adam on April 1st and on April 2nd. During these conversations, he told investigators that he had met Madeline at college in Winona, and they had an on and off again relationship for the past 7 years. Adam stated that they have 2 children, ages 5 and 2. Adam indicated that Madeline worked from home and in Rochester, Minnesota. Adam stated Madeline would generally travel to Rochester for work on Mondays and Fridays. He acknowledged that Madeline was the primary income producer for the family, and she would forward him money electronically to pay the family bills. Adam acknowledged that recently their relationship was not working, so they decided to separate and were in the process of moving out of their Winona residence. Madeline had been looking at different apartments in the area for her and the children to live in. Adam indicated that about 2 weeks ago, Madeline had told him that she had begun a relationship with another man, but that he did not know how long the relationship had been going on. Adam stated that on Friday, March 31st, 2023, together he and Madeline dropped their children off at the daycare at 8 a.m., and they drove home. Once they arrived, Madeline stated she had an online meeting and afterward was going to Rochester for work. He indicated he observed Madeline go downstairs to her home office. Also during the conversations, Adam stated he had planned to do property storage runs most of the day. His plan was to travel to his parents' home near Mabel, Minnesota with items he wanted to store at his parents' residence and return to Winona and take items to Midwest Storage located in Winona. Adam indicated that prior to leaving for Mabel, he had stopped at a gas station near his Winona residence. He said that when he loaded up Madeline's van, he wasn't really paying attention to what he was loading, and Adam believed he left the residence and began driving the van to Mabel at approximately 10:15 a.m. Adam continued with the following information. He stated that when he got to Choice, which is an area in Fillmore County, he started thinking about what he was going to do. He said he looked to the rear in the van and realized the items he had were meant to be stored at the storage unit, not at his parents' place. He turned around in the driveway of a barn in Choice and drove back to his residence in Winona. Adam believed he had arrived at the residence around 11:30 and emptied the van at the residence. Adam stated that he did not make any stops on his trip to and from Choice. When he entered the residence, he did not see Madeline. He stated he did notice his car was still home and thought that Madeline may have carpooled to Rochester. He stated he remained at the residence for the remainder of the afternoon. During this time, he texted Madeline but never got a response. Eventually, he went downstairs and Madeline was not there. He stated that he texted Madeline regarding picking up the kids and asked about plans for supper. When she did not respond, he decided to pick up the children at daycare and drive them to his parents' residence in Mabel. Also, during this conversation with Adam, law enforcement disclosed to Adam a concerned person's report that Adam told Madeline that if she did not listen up, that she would end up like Gabby Petito. Adam admitted being infatuated with the Gabby Petito case. He also admitted that he made a statement to Madeline about her ending up like Gabby Petito. Adam claimed he was trying to make a joke. The Gabby Petito case made national news. It was the story of a 22-year-old woman who went missing after extensive searches, and Petito's remains were found near a park in Wyoming. It was reported Petito died of strangulation. The media also reported that Petito's fiancé claimed responsibility for her death in a notebook. Investigating officers spoke with a friend of Madeline who indicated that sometime in 2020 or 2021, she was on a video call with Madeline, who was at her Winona residence. Madeline was standing up holding one of her children and cooking dinner. The friend observed Adam enter the room and yell at Madeline to keep quiet. Madeline asked Adam to calm down, and he stated he was not going to calm down and struck Madeline in the face with his hand. It appeared that Adam was not aware he was being observed on the video call, as when the friend yelled at Adam over the video call, he immediately left the room. The friend told investigators that there were several times during video calls that she observed bruises on Madeline's face, and when the friend inquired about the bruises, Madeline would cover them with her sweater. Investigators spoke with a family member of Madeline's. During this conversation, the family discussed an earlier incident. The family member said she learned that Adam put his hands around Madeline's throat. The family member went with another person to get Madeline, and the family member noted Madeline had a red mark on the side of her neck that day. Pursuant to the search warrants, investigating officers conducted forensic extractions on the two Apple iPhones that belonged to Madeline. A review of the forensic extractions of those two phones revealed Kingsbury as the owner and user. There were messages as well as screenshots of messages between Madeline and Adam dating back numerous years. One screenshot taken on September 21st, 2021 contained the following iMessage conversation between Madeline and Adam. Maddie,
You want a break?
No, I'm okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Maddie says, "You know I'm not really okay with or over the fact that you put your hand around my neck and pushed me down in front of the kids earlier, so don't." Maddie continues, "Not okay with it at all, but especially with them there." Adam replies with, "You'll adjust." Maddie responds with, "The fuck I will. You do that again without asking me and you can go somewhere else." Adam says, "You got it, mother." Maddie says, "Don't patronize me. That crossed a line." Adam says, "Then mind." Night, Rainbow Mom.
Good night, Rainbow Mom. Love you.
Law enforcement investigators were able to obtain videos from security cameras and motion detection video devices at multiple residences and businesses located in the Winona neighborhood where Madeline and Adam lived. And along the route, Adam stated he took towards his parents' residence the morning of March 31st. The videos reveal the following events. 9:44, Madeline's van is observed in the driveway of the residence. A person in a light-colored coat is observed walking up to the front of the van, bends over, and appears to remove the front license plate. Yeah, Missy, yeah, he told her you'd be like Gabby Petito.
Mm-hmm.
She needed to mind her business. At 9:47 a.m., the van is still in the driveway, and the same person is observed kneeling in front of the van and appears to be reinstalling a license plate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that that's kind of what the big questions were at the press conference, Ms. K, and I think that comes down to the fact that they have to have a grand jury indictment to charge him with first degree. So right now he's charged with second degree, but I don't think that's not how it's going to end. 9:55, a person wearing a light-colored coat or sweatshirt gets into Madeline's van while it's parked in the driveway at the residence. At 10 o'clock, the van is no longer at the residence. 10:02, the van is observed parked at the gas station where Adam said he had gotten gas, and a person wearing a light-colored jacket matching the general description of Adam is observed pumping gas. Investigators also noted that the license plate on the van matches the license plate registered to the car Adam normally drives and not the plate registered to the van. So he switched the plates with his own license plate.
Slick.
Yeah, investigating officers noticed that when they observed the van later in the evening on March 31st and on April 1st, the license plates registered to the van were back on the van. At 10:31 a.m., the van is observed backing into the driveway at the residence. 11:26, backed into the flipping driveway. Are you serious? Yeah, this just irritates me. The van is observed backing into the driveway at 10:31. At 11:26, the van is observed driving away from the residence. 11:44, a van matching the description of Madeline's van is observed traveling southbound on Highway 43 in the direction of Rushford and Mabel, Minnesota. 11:56, a van matching the description is seen traveling southbound on Highway 43 in Rushford and in the direction of Mabel. Okay, so we're getting caught on a bunch of different cameras. A van matching the description, still traveling southbound in the direction of Choice and Mabel. 12:44, approximately 45 minutes later, a van matching the description of Madeline's is observed on video from the same location traveling northbound on Highway 43 in the direction of Rushford and Winona. So his timing that he told them all is completely wrong, of course. What kind of mind would joke about Gabby? Yeah, you're going to end up like Gabby Petito.
Right. Sick one.
12:47, a van matching the description is observed traveling northbound on Highway 43. 1 p.m., a van matching the description of Madeline's van is observed traveling northbound on Highway 43. It turns east onto Winona County 12 in the direction of Winona. So this is when he's headed back home. A van matching the description is now observed in the driveway. So he gets back home at 1:28. So he leaves and he changes the license plate, goes and gets gas, comes back, backs it into the driveway, leaves again, and then drives to this area around Choice and Mabel, and then returns home. So he knows that somehow he's being tracked, and so he had to come up with the explanation on why he came back home. So he came back home and he says, "Well, I realized the stuff I had that I didn't pay any attention to that I was loading."
He's at the storage, went to the wrong place.
Yeah, that's a great question. Now we're going to have to find out if he has a neighbor like Nate.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a camera somewhere. It's observed in the driveway, so we know that there's somebody there with a camera. Law enforcement officers traveled the route that Adams stated he drove on the morning of March 31st. Investigators noted that with the exception of the 45-minute time period between the time he is observed traveling south of Rushford on Highway 43 and later in the same location traveling north on Highway 43, the times are consistent with normal expected travel times between the locations. On June 7th, 2023, a deputy with Fillmore County Sheriff's Office was searching a rural area in Fillmore County next to a public gravel road approximately 1 mile from Highway 43 between Choice and Mabel. Investigating officers learned that this property had been routinely maintained by one or more of the family members. This property was also near the residence of Adam's parents. While searching the property, the deputy located human remains in a culvert adjoining the gravel road. The remains had been wrapped in what appeared to be a gray fitted bedsheet that had been closed with black Gorilla Tape. Investigators noted that during a previous search of the Madeline Adam Winona residence, they observed a roll of black Gorilla Tape that appears to be the same color and width as the tape found on the fitted sheet that Madeline was wrapped in. Yeah. Investigators also noted that the gray fitted sheet appears to be similar to the other bedding at the Winona residence. Additionally, the air mattress from the Winona residence was missing a fitted sheet. On top of the air mattress without a fitted sheet were pillows that had gray pillowcases. The human remains were transferred to the Southern Minnesota Regional Medical Examiner's Office in Rochester. The medical examiner's office identified the human remains as Madeline Jane Kingsbury from the dental records and the tattoos. The medical examiner noted that a knotted towel had been wrapped around Madeline's neck and head. The medical examiner's office performed an autopsy. A preliminary autopsy report determined the manner and cause of death as homicide and homicidal violence. Pursuant to the Minnesota statute, intentional failure to appear for duly scheduled court appearances may result in additional criminal charges. So there you go. Ironically, she actually ended up like Shanann Watts. What a piece of shit.
Uh-huh.
Oh, night, Miss K. I think we're going to be wrapping up soon anyway. I mean, we've been on for
Oh, yeah. Good night, Miss K.
Yeah, you're good. No worries. We'll see you soon.
We will see you.
Yeah, we will see you soon.
Yeah.
So then they arrested him, and it was totally Watts vibes. I mean, he backs the car into the driveway, wraps her up in a sheet, puts her in there, and then takes her and dumps her at some site that his family worked at.
Yep.
At a property that his family worked at.
Come on, dude. You left the gorilla tape out, though? Like, I just don't. I don't know. This man just thought no cameras were going to pick this up, and he could just change the license plate, and that was. Yeah.
Well, I think that he probably figured the cameras would pick it up, but the license plate reader would say it was a different car. So if somebody was looking for the license plate of the van, they wouldn't find it. And then he knew that he was going to get caught on cameras, so he makes the excuse of how he loaded this stuff and was going to drive to his parents' house with the stuff. And then he realized, wait, crap, that's not my stuff, or that's the stuff that I need to put in storage. So he drives back home and then drops it all off.
Look how well they put that together. It was like boom, 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 boom.
Yeah,
I like to see that interview.
You guys have seen him. Hold on, I want to show you. I want to show you what he looks like.
Oh, yeah. And she's like just a gem. She really is. She's such a, you could tell she's just a very
cutie
cute girl. Yeah.
Okay, so you want to see, let me show you this, what her dad did for her birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Let me find it again. Hold on.
You could see where she gets, where she gets that softness from her. Her dad's like the same way. He got me.
Is that the one with her singing too?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, here, hold on. Maddie with her babies. Is it that one? No, that's
Yeah.
her Latin. Is it that one?
That's her singing to the babies. And then dad should come up under Facebook.
Okay, hold on. I thought this was the sister one. Maybe I'm wrong. This is Madeline Kingsbury.
Yeah. T, you might have to go down one on that.
Here it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't want to play, does it? Hi, Serendipity. Wow, it's got a freaking ad.
Just hold me tight and tell me you'll miss me while I'm alone and blue as can be.
It doesn't want to play correctly.
She's got a beautiful voice.
Let's see if I can do it this way.
Miss me. Just hold me tight and tell me you'll miss me while I'm alone and blue as can be.
Dream a little dream. Okay, here, bring this one over.
Here's Dad.
I gotta get rid of that first. Hold on. Why doesn't it want to give me what I want? Here.
27th birthday today, and when she was a little girl, she was always very super excited about birthdays, and she
doesn't want to move.
well, when she was enjoying her birthday parties, I think she was more excited about planning the next one for the next year than what was going on that day.
Can you even hear it?
Yeah. It's just his
Why is
face
it-
isn't
Yeah,
just
why?
not moving. It's playing.
Not irritating.
She's always said when she was a kid she never wanted to grow up. And I think maybe because she wanted to have fun birthday parties. But anyways, it's her 27th birthday today. And we wish she was here with us to celebrate with her. And I'm known in my family for singing happy birthday to everybody, either in person or over the phone. And I'm sure not going to miss doing that today. So I'll push you all through the torture. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Maddie. Happy birthday to you. And many more. We love you, Maddie. Happy birthday.
Like, oh my.
Good morning.
Are you going to Scarborough?
That's gonna flag.
Oh. Like how just you could oh,
Such
it's
a
all
sweet
over him.
man. I just want to
Yeah.
hug him.
Right? He said, I'm going to sing happy birthday either way. Like, and then he does his own little part at the end where he hits his mouth. Like,
Yeah.
I think that's so cute. Yeah.
No, I just love, and her sister.
Yeah.
Her sister's all over TikTok. Let me see if I can find her sister. Her sister breaks my heart too.
Yeah. Her posts are absolutely they're heartbreaking, but they're beautiful. Like I can't even explain it.
We discovered a dead baby in the bathroom. Oh my gosh.
And it's not letting me.
It's
I want to do.
not. Cry in your neck. What did you do?
Why doesn't anything want to work on here? Do I just have too much crap open? It's just like, you've got to.
It's like Theresa.
Yeah, close some stuff. Close it. Close it.
Thanks, Babs Forever. Welcome.
Oh, what the heck is her name on here? Here it is.
Hey, Lex. Hey, 10. Oh, good night, Queen. We love you. Thank you.
Night, Queen.
Hey, TikTok. Just coming on quick again. So the press conference just ended down in Winona. We weren't there. Be a little bit too much. But if you did not watch it, they did publicly confirm that the remains that were found belong to my sister, Madeline.
She just seems like
You know,
such a
they're
sweetheart
still,
too.
like they said, waiting on information from the medical examiner, so we don't know the official cause of death or what state her remains were in. We don't know a lot yet. So
Or Megan, you don't want to know all that.
Yeah.
All right, butterfly kisses.
there's still
See
a
you later.
lot that we can't say. We still
Good
have
night,
to be
babe.
extremely cautious.
If you guys are on TikTok, I suggest following her.
You know,
Meg's
we've been saying we don't want to
MPLS.
jeopardize the investigation, and that's still true.
So, but before we finish up with Maddie, because this is a heartbreaking story that I just.
We'll try and continue to follow it and keep you guys updated.
Yeah, I'm glad that Mallory told me about it.
Yeah, this is
So they were supposed to be a court case for child custody, and the court must have known what the cops must have been communicating with them, so they ended up like postponing it, and the kids have been with Madeline's family. Thank goodness.
Yeah, right.
Is it this one?
Their entire exchange in that message or whatever.
Oh yeah, he's a prick.
Right? Like it, that felt gross. Like, who the hell could live with you, let alone like just do life with you? Listen to that. Like, you'll adjust. So I can't.
Here's the issue. They were breaking up. She was telling him like she was done.
Yep.
Anytime, and this is like true crime 101 right here. If you are in a domestic situation, you do not tell them you're leaving.
Exactly.
That is when your life is highly at risk.
Yes.
Do not tell them you're getting ready to leave. Do not tell them that you're breaking up with them.
Yes. Your next move does not need to be known by this person. There's a reason you're trying to get away to begin with. You will not get away if they know your plan. Trust and believe. There's a reason why those men are the way they are. There's something wrong that you'll never be able to control, or anyone will ever be able to control or figure out. It's just now getting you, and if you have children involved, out of that situation and away from that man. You tell him your next move, he will be there before you will be. Facts.
All right, so this is the press conference from today, and they did it outside. I don't know if they thought it was going to be better sound, but if anybody ever listens to one press conferences lately, just suck.
They're horrible.
The audios are terrible, and ones outside are really not typically very good. So this is the way that it is. I don't know. There's not much more I can do, but it does explain a little bit more about the DA's charges.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm Bonnie Bowman. I'm a public information officer with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. We continue to assist in investigating this case. Today, you will hear from Winona County Attorney Karen Sonneman. She will offer some prepared remarks, and then we will have time for questions at the end. But as always, I do need to offer the caveat that this is an ongoing and active investigation. The prosecution is also just beginning, so there are some things we will not be able to discuss today. And we do ask that you respect and understand that as we get into the question portion of today's news conference. In the meantime, I'd like to invite up the county attorney.
Good afternoon. I'm Winona County Attorney Karen Sonneman, and I'm here today to announce my office filed charges against Adam Taylor Fryville for the murder of Madeline Kingsbury. Behind me is the team from my office and some law enforcement, but the team from my office that I have assembled to prosecute this case. This includes Special Assistant Winona County Attorney Phil Prokopowicz, who I have hired to lead our prosecution team. Mr. Prokopowicz is retired from the Dakota County Attorney's Office, where he served many, many years as the Chief Deputy in the Criminal Division. My team and I are committed to seeking justice for Maddie and her family. We have charged Mr. Fryville with second-degree intentional murder and second-degree unintentional murder. Some of you may be wondering why my office did not charge first-degree murder against Mr. Fryville at this time. Let me explain the law in Minnesota. In order to charge first-degree murder, a prosecutor must present the case before a grand jury, and the grand jury decides whether there is probable cause to support an indictment for first-degree murder. Because this case remains an active and ongoing law enforcement investigation, we may seek additional charges in the future. At this time, it's my understanding that Mr. Fryville remains in custody. The judge this morning set his bail at $2 million unconditional and $1 million conditional. His next court appearance is scheduled for July 20th, 2023 at 1:45 p.m. We know many of you are concerned for the well-being of Maddie's two children. They remain in Maddie's father's care and will stay there for the time being. The child protection case that my office is also handling remains open and active. A determination in that CHIPS or child protection matter will be made at a later date. We have heard from so many individuals how wonderful a person Maddie was. She had a bright future, and Mr. Fravel took that from her. By charging him today with her murder, we intend to hold him accountable to the fullest extent of the law. Thank you.
That ends the prepared statements. We're ready to take some questions again with that caveat that there are some things we just won't be able to share. So if you have a question, feel free to shout it out.
Ms. Sonneman, how do you think Maddie was killed?
At this time, I can only say that the investigation is ongoing and active, so I'm not going to make any comment about that at this time.
If Mr. Fravel does bail out, will he be able to see his children? Can you explain kind of how these two things will work together?
Yes, a good question. There's also a family court custody case going on as well, which is, so there's really 3 proceedings. But in the child protection case, there were certain conditions in that case also where Mr. Fravel could have supervised and secure visitation with his children, meaning in a secure site, under observation, basically. If he bails out, the court allowed him to continue to have that supervision under those conditions that were in the child protection case. So that.
Plan on asking that to be revoked, though?
There is a later hearing in the child protection case, and I can't comment at this time on that, but all options are open.
Can you explain why there are 2 separate second-degree murder charges? What is the difference, and what are the
There are two charges because one is called intentional murder and the other is unintentional murder. And at this time, as I explained, we can't charge first-degree murder, but we can charge those 2, and based on the evidence that we felt we could prove with certainty from our perspective beyond a reasonable doubt, those are the most serious charges we can charge now. The difference between those is that the individual's conduct would be intentional to cause the death of a person. The other is that their actions unintentionally cause the death of the person.
Can you go into detail about more depth about the difference between intentional and unintentional?
Well, I would refer you to the Minnesota statutes, but it's basically just that a person had the intent to cause the death of another individual and took such actions that were intentional, and the result was that person was killed. Unintentional is just as it really states, that actions were taken and that person didn't really mean to have that, whatever the actions they did, they didn't really want it to result in a death, but it did.
Was Maddie abused?
You talk about during the Zoom hearing, your special prosecutor told the judge about Fravel mocking officers, making flippant comments. Could you share a little bit more light on some of those interactions?
I won't go into great detail, but what he was referring to was when as part of the child protection proceeding, the children were, he had the children, and as you can, if you've read the complaint, and please read the complaint because it's very detailed, it'll answer a lot of your questions. But as we put in the complaint, he went and took the children from the daycare and brought them to his parents' house. So at the time the child protection case was initiated, the children were with him in his parents' house in Mabel, Minnesota. And so part of the child protection case was that Winona County was taking custody of those children. And so social workers and law enforcement went to secure the children, and that's where some of those behaviors were exhibited by Mr. Fravel.
Was Maddie controlled?
She's, go ahead.
Sure. In the press conference yesterday, you mentioned digital evidence that helped you locate Maddie's body.
Family members were missing
video footage that was outlined in the complaint, or was this something different? And so can you describe a little more as to what
Well, and I think I didn't say that, Chief Williams. Did.
Sure, sorry. I see him standing.
Yeah, but at this time, again, I can only say that this is an ongoing and active law enforcement investigation, and we have just started our prosecution. So
There are instances.
Okay, so I think that pretty much tells you the gist of what is going on with this case as of now. This was, like I said, this press conference is from today, so this is like the most up to date of what's happening. It's homicidal violence is how she died, and they found the towel wrapped around her neck and her head. So, I mean, she's not answering some of these questions, but they're actually in the affidavit already.
Oh yeah.
So we know her cause of death is homicidal violence.
It was very detailed, like she said. That probable cause said everything. Said a lot.
I'm glad her dad has the kids.
Me too. He deserves to have them. He loves his daughter so much, and you could just see it through that video that he absolutely deserves to have her babies. Absolutely.
Poor family.
Yeah.
So, and this is the irony that not everybody is covering this case, which is incredible because it was one that had kind of unraveled while I was, losing my mind. But I mean, it's so similar to Gabby Petito, and it's so similar to Shanann Watts, and how the craziness of those cases went, and this one doesn't get that same traction.
No.
And, she's a cutie pie with 2 kids, very young and living in an abusive relationship, and people just go, okay, it's kind of how it is.
And her story matters very much, just like Gabby and Shanann did, because it put the spotlight on these cases. And the more that we hear, the more variety of different type of relationship red flags and warning signs that could be put out there through seeing more of these cases, instead of just picking certain ones, making them high profile, and because they're somewhat unique. Not everybody's in that unique situation. There's actually a lot of what some would even deem normal in a relationship that's actually very abusive in a way, and may not even know it, but may come across that case. This young woman from Minnesota, this young mom, look what she just went through, and look at all the warning signs in this somewhat maybe normal guy to you, because everybody's different, and maybe that Adam stands out to you versus where Chris doesn't stand out to you, and things like that. Like there's not enough spotlight on all of the cases. Like you're saying, they don't all get the traction.
Think about the cases that we cover, and the typical cases that we cover, and that are picked up by mainstream media, social media, any of them. It has to do with domestic violence.
Yeah.
And typically the woman is the one that is the victim, typically. Not always. And then the other common one has to do with these children who are in situations that CPS or whatever it's called in your area, DCFS, are aware of. So it's like there's 2 things that are really contributing to death in our society, and it's like there's nothing changing.
No, because the systems are not changing, and even when they are held accountable, so to speak, it's God, how do I even the family gets put in a certain type of light. The woman gets drugged, typically, the wife, but she gets drugged throughout she's not even a victim anymore. Look how bad Shanann was scrutinized over the dumbest of things, like what she did for a living. Who cares? This woman was killed, and so were her babies. But
I mean, for people who dug into the Watts case, I mean, it makes sense because everybody was looking at every angle, what contributed to the demise of what appeared to the world as such a nice, normal, happy home family relationship. And so it did. People dug into it. But how many people are even going to know what this Madeline Kingsbury, what her job even was?
Yep.
You know what
Actually,
I'm saying?
guys, you know what? I'll forget. United Search Corp is covering this case. If you want, go over. They're on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. Follow, like, share, do all that good stuff. They work on a lot of missing person cases, especially kids lately. But they've picked up this one, and I guess they're digging into it, and they want to represent the family. So if you guys want to go over there and check that out.
Who is it? Put the link in the chat so people can
Oh,
check
yeah,
it out.
yeah. Why do I always
She says, my friend was killed by her estranged ex-boyfriend with the baby in the same room. He was arrested and found guilty, but it was awful. My friends found her in her apartment because she didn't show up for work. And they were worried. They went to check on her and found her. And I don't know, Shay, I don't think you were around, but so my husband's cousin, her name is Erica Evans, and Erica Evans Jimenez, she had been married to this guy for about 6 months. I covered it on the channel. And he ended up beating her to death. And then he tried to pretend that she jumped off of a bridge into like a little river that was there, and not too far from the house. So he then goes and calls 911 and says she jumped, so that he could explain away all the issues. Yeah. So it's so consistent. I never had gotten the chance to meet her. We were friends on Facebook, and I'd like chatted like on our pictures and stuff. But I never met her. But I mean, his family said she was, the sweetest. Her friends said she was the sweetest.
Her friends absolutely adored her. The people she worked with, they adored her. Beautiful children too. Amazing mother. And look, there could have been warning signs in him that may not have related to us that we didn't see, that maybe Erica didn't even quite see, but somebody else out there who's in that situation with that type of guy could see. And
well, sadly, he was abusive to his exes, so it was a known thing.
Yeah.
But his exes didn't know her.
Yeah.
And so there was no, communication that this was what was happening. And she had 3 kids.
Yeah. And it was so crazy because one of his girlfriend or ex-girlfriends she was actually basically putting her case out there. It's just she and Erica never crossed paths on even social media for Erica to even be able to see that. Erica just dove into her new world with her marriage and her family. And
yeah,
it's like, wow.
Hi, Dolly Bear.
Dolly Bear.
It's serendipity. I may not be in the car anymore, but I can guarantee you I do still have the Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, yeah, she does.
So I think that there's obviously those are the 2 main things. If we had to talk about anything, like what needs to change, it's like there's 2 main things that are happening: domestic violence and CPS children's services.
Yes. And these babies just getting caught up in it.
Yep. I mean, I'm glad that there are families that are like Madeline's, and they're still talking and they're still fighting, and like the Petitos, their whole point was to start a foundation where this was not, they were not going to just back down, and they're out there to help other families and to navigate the craziness of having a child that is killed by domestic violence or is missing and in fear of being missing because of domestic violence. I need a steering wheel at my desk. Well, see, now I have my camera just sits up there. I don't even have to worry about it.
She's got 50 screens. She's like Batman back there in her little bat cave.
50 screens. I know they're like, you're taking over the world.
She's going to need Alfred in there soon.
Before we go, there is a case that I have constantly talked about, and we've decided that we are going to cover. And if you're not familiar with it, it's Zachariah Anderson. He was convicted recently of stalking his ex-girlfriend and killing her new lover. I can't even say boyfriend because they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. His brother, his whole family really, has been very active on social media talking about the injustice of this trial. And if you watched the trial, I mean, if you haven't watched it, you should watch it. It's actually, it's very crazy. The judge was actually the same judge that was in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. And it was a hot mess of a trial, but this guy, Zach, was convicted with 0 evidence. It's the craziest thing, and I don't want to try. I'm not trying to put too much of like my own personal.
No, but there's 0
But
evidence.
it's like 0 evidence that this man did kill this other man. So I'm going to play these couple just clips for you guys. And yeah, no body, no evidence. So we are lucky enough that his brother is actually going to come on and talk to us and tell us, kind of what they're working on right now to help get Zach an appeal or a new trial or something. There's no body, there's There's no cell phone data. I mean, actually, there's exculpatory cell phone data because his phone was at home.
Yes.
There's no DNA. There's no fingerprints. There's literally nothing that ties this man to this murder except for a pin. So think of the tip of my pencil, the dot inside of Zach's van that is not confirmed to be blood. They could not confirm that it was blood, but they say that it matched Rosalio's DNA.
Yes.
But it's this big. The only thing in the entire van that's that big, and it's the only evidence. So they also cannot confirm whether it was from transfer, like touch transfer DNA, whether the ex-girlfriend potentially had just, touched him and then touched the van.
Right. Yep.
No idea. Could possibly be, but he was convicted.
And his lawyer does she does a great job representing him. I've kind of fell in love with her. Literally. I like her. I really like her.
She was stifled. I really do think she was stifled, but there's other things that I think that could have happened. But this had gone to trial in 2022 and was deemed a mistrial. So it had gone back to trial in 2023. The prosecutor is a fucking joke. I'm sorry. He's a fucking joke.
He's annoying. He's annoying.
How he's the district attorney and people
no ideas.
I don't know. I don't even.
She does wholeheartely believe in her client. This is not just a case that she just took on to take on. She believe. I watch how I see how passionate she gets when certain things are brought up. You'll see Zach shake his head because he's like no, and she's on the same thing. And I mean, as far as being your attorney, that's what you want, man. She
definitely believed in him. And this wasn't, I knew nothing about the case. And I just wanted a trial to watch. So I typically just like to watch trials. So I just turned it on and, Laugh. I already did Laugh at Life. I discussed him a little bit earlier in the live. So if you want to rewind, you absolutely. We definitely discussed Loser Montgomery.
And we're going to have an upcoming one for Harmony as well.
We're going to have a whole case file on just the Harmony case, not on the drug, gun stuff. But so, okay, so I'm going to play you these clips just so you have a little bit of info about kind of what it is. But I didn't know the trial. I just turned it on because I wanted to watch a trial, and then all of a sudden I was like, "What in the F am I watching? This is a disaster. This is by the end of it, I was like, there's no way. And I'm going to tell you right now, even if you think the guy did it, there's no way they proved it in court.
Listen, I was there. I was on the side. I was like, this man is guilty, even just only catching a few days of trial. I was like, nope, he's guilty. It's something in his face, everything. I actually dug into it. I watched more than a few days of trial, and I don't know fully where I lay yet, but there is no evidence. And I don't know what they're going to prove. I don't know what the end of this trial brings, but I don't know. I can't see.
You haven't watched it and finished it yet? Okay, we got to finish it.
I just don't see it. There's nothing there. And his lawyer just does a great job at making sure that you sit there and scratch your head. They really don't have anything, and the police did a terrible job.
His attorneys could have done to help him out, but that's neither here nor there at this point. Laugh at Life. Your nephew knows the Montgomerys. That would be, that would be a very interesting conversation. I wonder what does your nephew have to say about the Montgomerys, because
yes,
I think they're a flipping disaster too.
Yeah. I know Adam has been estranged and things from a good portion of his family, but that's about it.
I'm also wondering, do they know? Does the nephew know, Kayla and Kayla's family and that, the kids? Did they ever? Oh man! All right. Well, please stick around. Make sure you subscribe because we're gonna do a whole deep dive onto the Harmony case. We call it our case files, where we just go through the timeline of everything. So please stick around. I'd love to be able to pick your brain about what your nephew has to say. And if your nephew wants to talk, let me know that too.
For sure.
So we're actually talking about the case of it's Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. and the man that was convicted of killing him is Zachariah Anderson. So I just want to give you guys a little bit of backstory so you kind of know what it is. And then we're going to end up talking to his brother Solomon and, kind of figuring out. I can pick his brain. He lives with you. Perfect.
Oh, that's amazing.
Perfect. But so I want to give you guys the backstory on this so you guys, all kind of know. And if you haven't watched the trial, it's not a super long trial.
No,
and there are a lot of gaps in it. I've never seen the jury sent out of a room or out of a courtroom so many times.
And thank you to our mod Missy. She's amazing. This was completely her connect with all this, and she made all this possible. And it's going to be an amazing live. So definitely make sure your notifications are on. Hit all so you get it. And
hi Maggie and me.
Promise it's going to be a great live. Thank you, Miss. We love you.
Okay, so this is the news about Rosalio being missing. So I want you guys, like I said, I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of backstory. And I do agree. So who mentioned, was that Shay? Was that you or Missy? It said something about it was his daughter's testimony. I still think she was absolutely coached, and I think there was no reason she was sitting in that courtroom.
It's uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable testimony for sure.
So bad.
Yeah.
And her mom.
That's weird too.
Their stories contradict each other.
Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's why I said I'm trying not to put too much of my own personal bias in because I want you guys to be able to make up your own mind and your own, and on your own and figure out what you guys think without like me saying like, this is how it is. But I'm just so astonished that this man was found guilty. When they read his verdict, I was like, what? No. Okay, here you go.
Kenosha man say they are worried nearly 1 week since that 40-year-old was last seen. Aaron Maben joining us live now in Kenosha with the charges a Mequon man is now facing linked to this suspicious disappearance.
Yeah, hey, Stephanie. Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. has not been seen since Sunday. We're right outside of his Kenosha apartment. You can see the scene here, the center of a police investigation. Also outside of his apartment right now, a Kenosha police officer, a squad parked out here for much of the day, and authorities tell me they are working around the clock to find him.
I want people to know that he's missing and that he is loved and that we want him home.
Celia Patterson, the mother of Rosalio Gutierrez Jr., hopes her son will soon be found.
I couldn't have asked for a better son.
Patterson says after learning of the disappearance, she drove to Kenosha from Colorado.
Our first visit was to his apartment. I just wanted to be there.
The 40-year-old's Kenosha apartment guarded by a squad and surrounded by police tape as investigators look for clues.
I have my breakdown moments, and then I just kind of step back and say, you know what, law enforcement is doing their job.
Zachariah Anderson of Mequon is facing stalking charges in a case linked to the suspicious disappearance. Prosecutors accuse Anderson of stalking his ex-girlfriend who is dating Gutierrez. The woman told authorities Anderson had been tracking her lately. When she hadn't heard from Gutierrez, she went to his Kenosha home, finding furniture moved around, the patio door open, and large amounts of blood on the floor.
It's an active investigation. I cannot comment on that. I'll let law enforcement take care of that.
Anderson has not been charged in the disappearance case of Gutierrez, whose face is featured on digital billboards in Kenosha. Patterson trusts law enforcement will unravel the truth.
Whoever took my son from his apartment will have their day in court.
And it's important to note that Anderson denies all the charges against him. As for Gutierrez, he remains missing tonight. If you have any information, you're asked to give authorities a call. We're live in Kenosha tonight. Aaron Maben, Fox 6 News.
You certainly feel for his family. Aaron, thank you.
Okay, so I just posted, that's the playlist on Law and Crime of his whole trial. So if you want to watch it, you can. And then there's another clip that I want to show you guys, though. And I had it up, and then, of course, I used it to go look at that one instead. Oh, here it is. So this was at his sentencing hearing. So he was convicted of the stalking charges against his ex-girlfriend and his ex-girlfriend's new lover. And then he was convicted of killing Rosalio. So now this is the sentencing phase. So I want you guys to, he actually talks when the judge asks him if he has anything to say. They would not let his family do a impact statement, basically, because according to this judge, there's no reason for his family to be speaking. They did not testify. There was no character witnesses, which I thought was also interesting. But his defense attorneys were very firm on the fact that it was not up to them to prove that he was innocent. It was up to the prosecutor to prove that he was guilty. And as that is true in legal definition, it is not true in human definition. And so I think there should have been some character witnesses put up there, especially his brother Solomon, who, when you listen to him speak, he's been on a few other channels. When you listen to him speak, he's very well spoken, and he paints you a different picture of who his brother is than what the prosecutor does, of course, right?
And considering there is no evidence. At minimum, there should have been character witnesses. You're basing nothing off of nothing. You know nothing of this man at all, except for the charges that have been brought against him and the witnesses that are being put in front. That is it. They're giving you nothing to connect him to it. Nothing.
So Rosalia was 270 pounds. So 270 pounds dead weight, you're talking over 300 pounds for Zachariah Anderson to have moved on his own after beating him to death in his apartment and leaving 0 fingerprints and 0 DNA evidence. Okay. So I'm going to play this for you guys, and then we'll wrap it up. But this is, you tell me what you think.
Is there anything you wish to say before sentence is pronounced?
Can you guys hear it okay? Michele, can you hear it?
How much time do I got?
It's a little low, but hold on. Let him talk.
I'm going to talk about that a little bit. Oh, you mean how much? Oh, I misunderstood. I've had people give us
We're not
different version.
not that version.
That's good.
How much time do you have to talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you a reasonable period. I mean, this is one of the major events of your life, so you're certainly welcome to speak. I'm not going to say it's unlimited, but you're welcome to tell me what you think. Speak from your heart.
I don't want to go into all the details of the case. I got a lot of dispute about what was said, what was portrayed. I think the facts, with a little more scrutiny, tell a much different story than what the jury decided. And I don't think that things played out fairly. I think that there's some things that are not just from our side, questions outstanding for both sides. And I don't think the court accomplished what it set out to do in any means if both sides are left with so many questions. And I don't think, without going into the case, I don't think we really got to the heart of the matter. What I can tell you is I didn't kill anybody. What I can tell you is I didn't stalk anybody. What I can tell you is I didn't dispose of any corpse. It's really weird to be sentenced for or convicted for it and soon to be sentenced for it, but I didn't, Judge. Kind of feels like there's no turning around on that now. I don't really know how to make a better statement of my opposition, but I disagree. I'm innocent. I don't know what you're going to decide. I don't know what you're all going to weigh. I don't even know how to represent my own character without having my family be able to testify on my behalf. But they do have some things that are relevant. I mean, even during the trial, there was a gentleman who tried to come up and talk to me. I think there was a comment about how now everything has happened during the trial when he made that attempt. Nobody really knew who he was, and I do know who he is. He's a man who I saved from assault in jail. He's actually related to one of the jailers, and my heart went out to him because I know he appeared inebriated, and I know he struggles. And I know he was coming up here to talk to me because we got along so good. But those tiny little moments throughout somebody's life, nobody accounts for those. But what they do a really good job of is making up all of these things that they want you to believe when they can label you as a monster. I still didn't. It's still weird. I want to be remorseful, and I am for the things that I did wrong. You're welcome to sentence me for everything that I did wrong, just like the judge in South Dakota. The only thing that I disputed in that instance was whether or not I was coming back to Wisconsin with that, which the prosecution has now repeatedly made false statements about on their own assumptions, hoping that everybody in this courtroom, everybody that's watching this, would buy, oh yeah, he was bringing something back to Wisconsin. Not true. Was I caught with marijuana in my car? Yeah. Yeah, I was. Should I have? No. I bend the rules there, broke them, broke the rules. And when they said, hey, this is a problem, I said, well, I did knowingly, and I'll be held accountable for it. That's it. And if I killed somebody, whatever that situation was, I can tell you in my own heart it wouldn't be intentional. If I didn't at all, the guy I never met, I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. Not guilty. I'm innocent. So.
Thank you.
So.
Wow. Just wow.
That's what I said. I mean, you have to watch the trial or at least watch highlights of the trial. If you can go back and watch those. We will have his brother is coming on to talk to us on Monday. So please make sure that you are, if you're not subscribed or you don't have your notifications on, make sure you do, because the guy is so well spoken, and he's been dumped into this nightmare of law that he didn't actually have to know anything about. Hi, Kit. It's good to see you. That he didn't have to know anything about, and now like the guy is becoming, has to basically become a law expert so that he can try to figure out how to help his brother.
And you want to know what's awesome about like how he spoke? He didn't even come from the lawyer aspect or none of that verbiage or anything. He came from a legit human, like the way he spoke to that judge. He wasn't trying to give him big words. He just tried to.
It's a little too late. That's the problem.
But it's just watching a human being explain, like, listen, there's both sides left here with no answers. You won't let my family even speak on my behalf. You have nothing on me. And what I did do wrong in life, I got caught with some pot. I'm sorry. I did do it. I did break. I will acknowledge when I break the rules. I did not do this. Like that is coming from it for me. That's coming from the heart. And I initially came into this with, he did it, guys. It's the vibe. It's in his eyes. It's in all that. I should kick myself for saying that. Watching that, I can't sit here and say that man did that. I can't. And there's no evidence. There's no evidence. And he has a full family there to support him. And that speaks volumes. It speaks volumes.
It's also tough because he doesn't present well.
But
that's a problem for jurors.
But that's kind of what bothers me, because at the end of the day, though, like there could be guys on that panel that can relate to a guy like Zach. You know what I mean? And that's why I feel like he did come from such a humanized place. He didn't come from like such a technical term and explain that way. He broke it down in like kind of like how a guy would, like a regular guy would. And that's genuine to me. That's honest. That's truthful.
He seems so genuine to me.
Yes. Like
maybe I'm just like, okay, maybe I'm buying into the whole thing, but I'm like, I liked this guy.
Listen, I didn't buy into none of it in the beginning, and now literally really digging into it, not just paying attention to the media, not just watching random days, actually digging into it, looking at the other side, watching the little portions of Solomon. Please, guys, do you want to attend this live? Because when Solomon breaks down this story, you're going to feel a little differently. I can promise you, or at minimum, you're going to at least be a little bit more open-minded to the lack of facts and evidence that is just not here. It's just not here. And we cover a lot of cases where people are just flat out guilty. And this is just, in my opinion, not the case.
No, that's why I'm like, I don't want to put too much of my own opinion out there, but it's really hard.
You can't help it.
I hope that you guys take the time to watch the trial. And yes, his brother Charlie is coming on. I'm answering Charlie. His brother Solomon is coming on, and he'll talk to us about kind of what they're doing as a family now to try to help navigate and how to where to even go from here.
The family fighting, and I mean that right there they believe so much in him, and they believe so much in his innocence. And not only do they have a family, they do have a following behind it too, who feel very, very strongly that he did not do this. And that again stands for something, that means something. And they're going to fight this. They're going to do what they can. And
yeah, so that's why I said I want you guys to look at it. You look at it objectively. You look at it from your own point of view. See what you think. I gave you guys the playlist to the trial. If you want to watch it, if you want to just watch the highlights from Law and Crime, you can do that too. The major key evidence. The problem is the major key evidence was very convoluted. It's a tiny pinhead of DNA that was found in his work van. They do not know what the DNA is. They said it was too small to test. They cannot confirm that it was blood. This gentleman, Rosalio, is his name, Rosalio, and that gets messed up every time in the trial too. His apartment was basically kind of covered in blood. There was such a crime scene. There was a lot of blood everywhere. So the amount of blood not being transferred into the van where he supposedly was using it to dispose of him, the fact that Rosalio was much larger than him, that he would have had to have carried him out by himself in a carpet.
Yes.
There's no drag marks. And I think that the whole tying the stalking in with the murder, obviously that's what the prosecution is going to do. But I think there's two separate elements here. He was dating somebody else. His ex was dating somebody else, but yet they did this often apparently, and they'd been together for like over a decade, and they always got back together. And you can see if you're listening to the trial, and like one of the things that I know that Solomon will talk about too is his ex was like still referred to him like a Z-bear, like and like little love terms. Still was inviting him over for dinner, did his laundry at her house. So that's right. The stalking got very convoluted. Was it stalking or was it checking to see if she was actually messing around with some other dude? That's why I'm thinking like it was brought from a guy who she's supposedly still kind of dating somewhat to an obsessed ex-boyfriend. And I don't know if that line was really met, but they had this pinhead of DNA. They don't know what the DNA is from. Could have been traced, could have been transferred. We don't know.
You know, guys, it's day 11 of the trial. If you want to catch that, where his lawyer does a really good job of breaking this whole DNA situation down and all that. She does amazing. And then you even get to see the whole counter of it, which is pretty interesting too. So it's day 11 if you guys are watching the trial.
Well, yeah, the victim was definitely dating other women. He had another woman coming to his house the night that he was supposedly killed.
Yes.
It's a very intriguing story, number one. Number two, I'm not really sure that they had any evidence to be able to support this. His daughter, who was, I think, 14 at the time, or 14 now. I don't remember.
Was she?
She was young. She was 12 to 15 in this whole time frame. They had her testify. Some of the things she said really didn't make sense and actually didn't even line up with the point of what her mom was saying happened.
Yep.
So she kind of contradicted her mom and her dad. It was very emotional. It was kind of a mess. Hi, Sniper. Yeah. No drag marks. There's no drag marks in the blood. Yeah. It's like I said, I want you guys to form your own opinion. Monica, yeah, if he's lying, he's doing a really good job. That's exactly how I feel. The judge will send the parties his decision on the gag order and camera during the trial. Oh, yes. So somebody did ask if we covered the Kohberger stuff. Yes, we did cover that earlier, too. We went through a lot tonight. We've been on for like 4.5 hours. We went through a lot of cases, a lot of updates. But I wanted to give you guys a little background on this. Solomon will be on Monday, so he'll tell you a lot more of the story and what they're, like I said, what they're planning on doing from this point forward. And the ex-girlfriend did testify. Oh, we lost Michele. Great. The ex-girlfriend did testify. I cannot tell you that I believe she was being 100% honest, but you got to watch it for yourself. That's why I said, even if you just listen to like key moments of the trial, listen to the daughter, listen to the ex-girlfriend, his daughter's mom, listen to the DNA people. the ones who found the little dot of DNA, and listen to the girl that Zach was dating at the time. Those are the ones that I think are probably. You got another one, Missy or Shay? You got? What do you guys think? Yeah, they couldn't even test that tiny speckle that the prosecution believed to be blood, and they kept trying to convince the jury that it was blood. And I don't know if the jury believed that it might have been. So, but that's what I got for you. So we'll be live on Monday, and then I have a couple other things working out for next week. So hopefully we'll get to do that. Ainsley, I don't know if you're still here listening, but Ainsley's going to come on and we're going to cover the case of Ayla Reynolds. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that, but it'll be another good case for you guys to catch up on. And there's some movement going on. It's an older case, but it's got some twists and turns that are happening currently. So. Oh, the prison snitch. You got to listen to the prison snitch. Marquand Washington. Yes, the prison snitch. Marquand Washington's. I don't know how I missed that. I just made a video about him. I didn't release the video, but I'm going to talk about this. I want to talk to Solomon about this too, because I swear that guy watched Office Space too much. I'm sticking to my story and I'm sticking to it. But I thank you guys. I thank you guys for hanging out. I know, like I said, we've been on here a really long time. Missy was just like, or not Missy, Michele was just like, I gotta go. I can't even hang anymore. She probably lost internet connection. But I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. We'll see you guys on Monday. And go enjoy your weekend. And oh, wait a minute. I have all these little things over here that are all starred. I didn't even see all that. Interesting. Huh. We'll have to look at that later. Didn't see that there. But now we're wrapping up, so I can't do it now. Love you guys. See you guys on Monday.